Yesterday was really powerful, and we want to thank all the management, our visiting team from Barbados and St. Lucia for being here to coordinate this TAII festival in Grenada. Let us all stand at this moment as we begin with prayer. Join hands with the person close to you. Heavenly Father, I want to thank you for waking us up this morning, for us here session again. We want to thank you for all that has been done yesterday, and we give you the praise, we give you the honor and the glory. Yesterday was wonderful, and God, we're looking forward today, another great day. And Father, even now we ask you, God, that you're going to bless each and everything that is going to be done. Bless those that are going to be coordinating the program. Bless the activities throughout this day. This we ask of you in Jesus' name. Somebody say amen. You can be seated. At this time, I just want to welcome each and every one of you again. Those that are viewing online all over the globe, we want to welcome you to this activity again today. I just want to give special welcome, or say special welcome, to our participants from Carriacou. I'm going to ask you to stand. Those of you from Carriacou, can you stand, please? And let us put our hands together for them. Also, I just want to recognize this hard-working gentleman in our midst, Mr. Royden Bihari. He's the coordinator of youth. Mr. Bihari, can you just wave again for the persons from Carriacou? I'm not sure if all of them know you. All right, that's great. And we just want to compliment him for doing such a great job. He's a really hard-working gentleman. Also, let me recognize again our visiting team. For those of you that are here today for the first time, our visiting team from Barbados and St. Lucia. Can you all stand? You're going to get to know them more throughout the day. But let us put our hands together for them. They are the representative from TAII. They are responsible for putting the program together. And year to year, they go from country to country. And this year, we are really happy and privileged to have them here in Grenada. At this time, without no further ado, we're going to go into our activity for today. I'm going to ask the person that is in charge of today's activity to come forward. And we're going to be dealing with public speaking. So let us put our hands together for the person that is going to come to do our workshop for today. Take note that later on this afternoon we're going to be having the GlobalCom Summit, which again will be a very interesting program. And we're looking forward for every one of you to remain for that session. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. How are we today? How are we today? We okay? Yes. All righty then. Today's session is public speaking, and most of you all, I believe, know what public speaking is. It is speaking in public. That's basically what it is. It's something you do on the pasture every day with your friends, on the road every day. You speak in public. Today, we're just going to give you a small amount of techniques of how you can enhance your speeches for formal settings, whether it be in a school's auditorium or on the play field. Okay? Okay? Yes. Good. First, I want at least two persons from each table to stand and say something about themselves. First, telling me your name, and then you go on to say whatever you want about yourself. Yes, you can.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Alana Dubisset. I'm from the small village of Harford Village in St. Andrew. I'm a proud mother of 3, and I love to cook and bake.
Someone else from this table? Over here. Prince. His Royal Highness.
Pleasant good morning. My name is Prince James. I am from Victoria in St. Mark's.
Oh, you? Oh, okay.
I am 33 years of age. I have 2 wonderful kids. My hobbies are just what I'm doing right here, standing and speaking to people, ensuring that everybody can have a smile on their face, like my young friend here. And that is just me. I like to see people happy. That makes me happy, and it's just my personality. Thank you.
Over this table. Who are we having fun today?
All right. Pleasant morning to everyone. My name is Kunta Kinte Andal. I'm 19 years old, and I love to be a human. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Akusha Andal. I am Kunta's older sister. That is all you need to know for now.
Come on, Frank, man. Come on. You're the Prime Minister designate, huh?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Terek Frank. I'm from Vendome, St. George's. I am 19 years of age. I love watching African movie. I love to give service to people, and I like to dance.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Zara Trotman. I'm 15 years old. I'm from Barbados. I like to listen to music, to dance. I like track and field, and yeah.
Right. Good morning, everybody. My name is Shamfa Moses. I'm from Moncraven St. Patrick's. My hobbies are reading, talking. Yeah, I really like to talk for some reason. Watching anime and interacting with new people.
Good morning. My name is Kashanti Philbert. I'm from Riverside St. Patrick's. I love cooking, baking, making new friends, and partying.
Right here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ezra Mack. I'm 22 years of age. I'm from Montu. And I love Trisha. Yeah, Trisha. And I like doing new stuff and making new friends.
My name is Janelle Lewis. I am from Dabo, St. George's, Stadium View, the best view. I love reading and interacting with others and getting new experiences.
My name is Ayana Pierre. I am 16 years old. I attend St. Joseph Convent, Grenville. My hobbies are writing, singing, and talking, and eating.
A pleasant good morning to all. My name is Alistair Amada, also known as Lyrically Inclined. I am 25 years old. I live at Fontenoy St. George's, and what you see is what you get. I love theater. I love to entertain, edify, and enlighten.
Amen.
Yeah.
morning to everyone. My name is Ronisha Griffith. I'm from Woburn St. George's, the place where you get a lot of seafood and things and fete. I love doing hair. I have 3 children, and I like to interact with people. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is my first time here. My name is Jerusha Lewis. I live in the neighboring community of Dabo, the best, as she said. That's my sister. Yes, I am a preschool teacher of 13 wonderful, troublesome, all kind of thing children.
My name is Janelle Antoine. I'm from the fishing capital of Grenada. Like Guave, right? My hobbies are writing, reading, doing hair, cooking, yeah. What else? I'm a student, and I'm very much interested in youth.
Good morning. I'm Rennie Duncan from the Grenada Boys Secondary School. I live in Worcester Hall. My hobbies are playing music and writing poetry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That exercise was to help us break the ice, you know. Feel comfortable expressing yourself, speaking of who you are as an individual. A bit about public speaking. The concept of public speaking in a formal setting really deals with you being able to present yourself in a manner that persons are convinced about what you're saying. The role of public speaking can be to 1, entertain, or 2, inform. We're going to look at informing today. We're going to look at how you want to express yourself through speech and tell persons what you want to say while convincing them that what you're saying is the right thing to say. And the first thing we want to look at is something called points. Now, I deal with 3 particular points in public speaking. A point of interest. Your name. Your name. Your name. A point of interest. Now, there are times you're going to go to a podium to speak to a group of individuals. Now, you cannot always tell what the individual's interest would be. You can't always tell what type of individual is going to be in the audience also. And then there are going to be that type of individual whose only concern is whether or not what you're saying is of any interest to them. Okay? So you want to focus on a point of interest. Like when you're speaking to sports enthusiasts, stuff like that. People like that, music, entertainers, things like that, persons like that. When you speak of a point of interest, you're speaking towards what these people have an interest in. Then you look at a point of value. And a point of value deals with, as it says, values. If it has no value to you, you're not going to care about it. Correct? And there are going to be that group of persons in the audience who only cares whether or not it has some sort of value to them. You have a point of fact. We know that there are some persons who don't care how valuable it is. They don't care how interesting it is. Once it is true, you have their captured. Correct? These are the scientists, the academics. They're clearly concerned about factual information. I don't care if it's interesting. I don't care if it has some sort of value to you. Once it's a factual information, you got me interest there. Okay? The concept here is this. When you're speaking to your audience, you want to evoke one or three of these points, depending on your audience structure. We do not know, again, who will be in the audience. So at some point in time, you have to speak to the interests, you have to speak to the value, and you have to speak to the factual aspect of it. There are some persons who only cares about values. Like a mommy cares about the value it's going to bring to her child. Correct? The parents here? And you only care about the value it's going to bring to your child. Whether it's factual or not has no interest to you. Once it's going to bring value to my child, you got me sold. Then there are persons who don't care about facts, value. Once it is truthful, once what you're saying is truthful, I don't care how it hurts. Once it is truthful, you have me sold. And then there are persons who don't care whether or not it has value, who don't care whether or not it's truthful, they just want to have a good time. So, they're interested in it. Correct? Am I right? You're free to say I'm wrong. But understand these 3 points. So I've asked some persons to do a speech for me. And as we go through, I do not like to come and talk to people. I like interactive sessions. Huh? So as we go through with our public speaking sessions this morning, we will have some small speeches going on as we start to critique one and emphasize various techniques that can be used in public speaking. Okay? Cool? Let me look at nonverbal communications. How many persons here know what is nonverbal communication? Nonverbal communication. Who knows? Just show a hand. Nonverbal communication. You can say it. Testing.
Okay. So nonverbal communication, from what I've learned, are basically actions that will be able to tell you the other party a message. So they will include things like proxemics, how close you are to the person, facial expressions, etc. Oh yeah, and timing. How you
and what?
Timing. Like for example, if you're speaking and you want to hold people's attention, if you have a long speech, when you have a main point, you would pause after it to let the audience digest whatever you said.
Okay. Okay. Nonverbal communications, as was said, has a lot to do with your gestures also. Anything that is not audible is nonverbal. So if you speak with your hands like I do, it's nonverbal communication. Your eye contact, nonverbal communication. The way you stand, nonverbal communication. So when you're asked to come to the podium, and you stand as though you got some sort of sickness going on in here, you're invited to come to the podium, this is you. Morning. What does that say to you as a audience member? What is that action telling you? One person at a time. I saw your hand first. Your hand is up? Oh.
To me, if I am at a convention and I am awaiting someone to give their speech, or I'm in college, they normally do speech and writing in terms, you see, and I see someone or a student or even somebody in authority walk up to the podium like that, I will just leave, because you send a bad message right there for me that is either you don't want to be here, or your speech not ready, or you're not interested in the audience. So I will just take my bag and go, because you don't have anything interesting or any value or anything else to say to me that would capture my attention.
Let's give her a round of applause, please. That was fantastically answered. And it's correct, because we sometimes do not pay attention to our actions in getting to the podium. And all of that sends the strongest message to your audience, whether or not you're going to be effective or not. And that's something you want to pay attention to. In public speaking, there's something called credibility. Credibility. Now, if I ask you, you're familiar with your Prime Minister, correct? And you're familiar with, well, you're not familiar with John Bong in the streets. So if I bring someone here to you to speak to you today, from off the streets who you don't know, you've never seen before, and they bring the Prime Minister here, who would you prefer to listen to? The Prime Minister. Why? Because the Prime Minister has something called credibility. You know he's credible. You know what he's going to say is going to mean something of substance to you. The other person now has no credibility. But is that to say that the other person's speech will not be better than the Prime Minister's speech? Correct. So then you have something called derived credibility. And in some places you will find that there's an individual who starts his or her speech very, very dull, sounds extremely boring, but as they go along, the speech gets better. And at the end of the speech, you really liked it. You have ever had that situation before? That's called derived credibility. So when you are, whether or not you are known, for the time you are invited to speak, stand to your feet with some level of confidence. Let the confidence be seen through your stance. Make your way to the podium again with such confidence. And when you reach the podium, do not come to the podium and slouch as though you're ready to go to sleep. You go to the podium and assert yourself with your posture. Have you come in slouch? Have you come in slow? There's no telling what you will do. There's no telling how your audience will react. As my friend here says, we will start to lose an audience member. And if she is as popular as we hope, it means that the entire audience can follow her. Correct? So you want your stance to tell the first picture of who you are, your nonverbal communication. Understand? Okay? All righty then. So I'm going to invite my first speaker to come to the podium. This is a young man who has traveled the world. He has done many speeches across the world. He's represented the World Bank, the National Monetary Fund, and he has even given a presentation to the government of China. This man is so powerful. Yet, he doesn't understand what it means to be a Caribbean citizen. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite none other to you than the great, His Royal Highness, Prince James.
Pleasant good morning to everybody. And how are we this morning? Having had such great introduction, I must say indeed I am privileged to be here this morning. And with a wonderful audience like you, I am privy to say more as it relates to our luscious Caribbean countries. Indeed, there are persons who see or have not yet seen the great, or what I would consider to be one of the best places in the world, which is our Caribbean countries. Therefore, having had in the audience an individual who does not know much, has not yet seen the beauty as it relates to our Caribbean countries, I have been given the opportunity to elaborate or speak more as it relates to our Caribbean countries.
Thank you. How was that to you all? What did he give to us? What would you call his speech just now? It was an introduction. That's all it was. But it was impactful. He used nonverbal cues. He assumed his position at the podium with some level of confidence. And when he started to speak, you wanted to listen. That is good. He also used vocal variety. What is vocal variety? You realize that his voice dipped at some points, then it was back up in your ear. The rate, pace, speed, the way you change your voice. Vocal variety. That's what we do. That's how we enforce our speeches. That's how we make our speeches more entertaining. That's how we make our speeches more impactful. Okay? I'm going to invite another speaker before you go into a different exercise. This young man has came far from his St. George's next door to where he is staying. He stands tall at 7 feet, and he hates football. He thinks that sports is a tragedy to any nation. This young man firmly believes in cockfights. And he doesn't see cockfights as a sport, but as what? As a daily chore. A daily chore. He believes he has to do it every day. He's serious, yeah? Ladies and gentlemen, this young man happens to be the Prime Minister of Grenada. I invite his honor, or the Honorable, the Right Honorable, Mr. Tarek Frank.
With protocol already established, good morning to everybody. How are you doing today? Everything good? So, as I was introduced, the man said I love cockfight. In my stay in Anguilla, that's what we do every day. It's a wonderful sport. At the end of the day, athletics, you can put that aside, but cockfight is the best fight you can ever have in Grenada. I would like to introduce it into the Grenada culture, but at the end of the day, I'm not sure if it will be accepted, but at the end of the day, it should be. Yeah, thank you.
Here we had the Prime Minister of Grenada, who by his bio exemplifies no care for development of the country but cockfights. And we saw it from his behavior. In his address to the nation, he exemplifies such behavior again. He really doesn't care. So it was aptly expected. However, thank you. Thank you. What I want from you all now, every table, I'm going to come around to your table. I'm going to give you a topic. You will select someone from that table to do a talk or a speech. It cannot be the prince or the prime minister again. So you select someone from that table to do a speech. And that speech is going for 40 seconds. Okay? So I'm going to come to your table and tell you the topic. The only way persons in here outside of your table should know what the topic is by the way you present your topic. You understand what I'm saying here? You realize when I invited the prince to speak, I did not give a topic. But he talked on the topic, sports. On the topic, Caribbean. When I invited the Prime Minister to speak, I didn't give a topic, but he spoke on the cockfight issue. You understand that? That's called creativity. What I want you all to do is to start thinking. Now, I firmly believe that any great public speaker should be able to come to a podium without being prepared and speak on any topic given. It is possible. How I know it is possible? Because if you get into an argument on the playing field with a colleague on a topic that you were not prepared for, you are going to represent your views. Am I correct? So it is possible to be able to speak on any topic unprepared. Okay? It's called impromptu. All right? Your topic is called. So everyone has their topic, correct? Everyone have their topic? All righty then. So what we will do is you prepare your topic. I'm going to give you time to prepare your topic, and then you select someone to present on your topic. Okay? You have 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Let's go. We're going to invite table 1 to have their presentation. Let's choose someone fast. So table 1 is coming forward. Come table 1. Yeah.
Pleasant good morning to everyone. With speed, 4 legs, and great talent, persons find monetary contributions. Persons find themselves in gamble possessions for such an animal. Metaphorically, persons normally compare persons, especially in the athletic field, with an animal of that sort. With 4 legs, well pampered, well brushed on a daily basis, sometimes by its owners, it is often said the race is normally won by it and not the jockey himself. An animal of that sort indeed goes fast, and as I said, with privilege. The English life is known to sip tea and bet highly on an animal of that sort. Indeed, an animal of that sort is an horse.
You know, when he started, you know, he said for like animal. When he started, my friend here said cock. Table 2, let's go.
Bah! Such is the mysterious language of this animal. Far more deep and far more profound than any of us really realize and want to believe. We can get and extricate many materials from this animal, such as wool, mutton, delicious food and clothing that has kept us warm, the human race, for centuries upon centuries of existence. In addition, many philosophical implications can be had from such a simple animal, such as going together, bunching together, moving together in a herd. Such an animal, although looked down upon by many, is so important and holds a veritable importance for not just farm animals, but for the human race as a whole. I thank you.
So anybody can guess that it was a cow? It was a cow? Oh, sheep. Oh, a sheep says? A sheep, not sheep says. Okay, not sheep says. Okay. Table 3. Let me hear you. Who's coming from table 3? Come on. Come on. Give her a hand.
I am so short, like.
Push down here.
Around 6 years ago, I took a trip far away from here into the mountains, into a luscious place full of greenery called Grenada. It was me and a bunch of my cousins. We sat on top of this railing, and suddenly there was this long-tailed animal that looked a lot like one of my cousins and was and it was staring at him. He was eating some snacks, and the animal tilted his head. They were mirroring each other. And before you could blink, it grabbed it, it snatched his food, and it ran away into the trees. This animal, everybody can guess what it is by now. What looks like a human and has a long tail. Monkey. Yes. This animal, indigenous to Grenada and certain parts of Africa, was brought here many, many years ago by our ancestors and has been living in Grenada ever since. I thank you.
Thank you. I hope your cousin is not here. Table 4.
Good morning. Today I would like to talk about a beautiful organism that is all around us. As we leave our houses in the morning, we see them blowing in the breeze. These autotrophs provide us with wonderful oxygen that we need to live. We rely on them to use paper, bark, furniture, everything. We cannot live without these organisms, and I think you know what it is. Yes, these beautiful, beautiful trees that surround Grenada, all upon the hills, just make it so aesthetically pleasing. And coming from Barbados, I love to admire your country. Thank you.
Thank you. Table 5. So far, we had some good presentations so far, huh? Yeah? And they were very creative, you would think? So it is good to see a person are thinking. And the idea here is that you start to think differently. Any speech you can present, just start to think differently. That's what it's about. Yes, please. Table 5.
Many different colors: white mixed with brown, black mixed with brown, black mixed with white, long horns, short horns. Goes on 4. Delicacy, wild meat. What else can I say about that animal? Eats grass, likes to boot, runs you down, run down after you, you run down after it. Bonnet, curry. What animal is that? Goat. Thank you.
You were here for a poetry reading session yesterday? You were here for the poetry reading session yesterday? Yeah, see it. Table 6. Okay then. let me go to here, you.
Watch me is my business. I eating anything. You put anything in front of me, I eat it. And if you lay too long by me, I eat you too. Many call me uncouth, diabolic. It's against their religion, I don't care. Many and the majority eating me. You could be a Rasta, you could be whatever. You could put me in sauce, you could put me on the grill, and trust me, I'm nice in a soup. I am the one and only, the pig.
I am very afraid. He has me thinking now that had I stand here his way, he would eat me too. That's very good. Okay, Mr. Big. Mr. Big. Table 7. That's your. Table 7. Come. Yes, you can, of course.
One of the most prestigious forms of transportation in the ancient days, a domesticated member of the horse family, the wild ancestors of the animal is an African wild ass. Pardon me. I didn't mean to say, but I have to. This animal has been used as a working animal for at least 5,000 years. I am a donkey.
Thank you. Table 8.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Private 11 no more. Fashionable. Wow. Glamorous. Luxury. What am I? Yes.
You all know what she is? You didn't? You need to come and help them to understand it. You see, the concept is that you don't have to say it, they should know.
Private 11 no more. It's luxurious, it's fashionable, it's glamorous, and we all into it. What am I? But what kind of vehicle? Yes.
Tell them.
A car.
She's a car. Car. Okay, let's give ourselves a round of applause. That was very good exercise. Okay. What we had here, just so we had a lot of vocal variety going on. You all saw that? You all saw the vocal variety? You saw the nonverbal communications? You saw it with the car for sure. And you saw it with the pig. So what we want you to understand in terms of public speaking is nothing too formal that you can't do. It is strictly or mainly what you are presenting as yourself. You must be comfortable. Are we getting this understanding? Yes. Are we all understanding that it means that you be yourself, you be creative? Now there are persons that will say to you, try to look at others and emulate them. I will say to you, do no such thing. Be yourself. Okay? Facts. Okay? Facts. Okay? What we want to do from here, Rachel, how much time we have? 15? Okay. What I want us to do from here, I'm going to ask 2 persons on each table to stand. 2 persons on each table to stand. Come on, yeah. Two persons. Yeah. 2 persons. Yeah. 2 persons. Come. 2 persons stand. Young people want to stand? 1 more person from this table. Everybody have it. Come on, someone from this table have to stand. Someone else. Everybody's watching me. No one wants to stand. Give her a round of applause. In order for you to do a public speech, anywhere, in a formal setting, you have to have some level of confidence. Correct? And asking you to stand is asking you to stand before a group of persons you don't know. To say that you are confident. It helps you with your confidence. Okay? When you show intimidation too many times, you tend not to want to do things to develop yourself. Asking you to stand in this exercise is to help you to prepare yourself to, one, capitalize on anything that gives you an opportunity to be more confident in yourself. Understand? Cool? What I'm going to do now on each table, one person from this table will say something to anyone for any table. You pick the tables that you want. For instance, table 1, table 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Table 2 may stand. One person may say to table 3, what is the color of the sun? And you give your opinion of what the color of the sun is. Okay? Okay? You understand me? You all understand the exercise? Everyone understands the exercise? So you think of a question you want to ask that person, and you pick the table on the person you want to ask. Or you pick the table, and anyone from that table will answer. Well, supposed to answer. Okay? Starting with table 1. You don't understand? Like, you will pick a table. Any table you pick. And ask that person a question. That's all. You have 8 tables. You're table 1. So just pick a random number and ask that person a question. What this exercise does, it gives you the opportunity to speak to someone you don't know or you're not acquainted with. You understand here? Anything you want to ask them. Yes. The table. Yeah. Put the mic. Say it now.
My question is for table 3. In your spare time, besides, let's say, the usual singing, dancing, what are some of the things that you enjoy?
Well, in my spare time, I like going to the beach, spending time with my 2-year-old child, and probably going for ice cream or something.
Who, table 2?
Table 1. Let me come a bit closer. Do you believe that you can do all things through Christ who strengthens you?
That's a very good question. And yes, indeed, I do believe that I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. And I would like to give a testimony on that. About 3 months ago, I found out, it's my personal business, but I'm willing to share. I found out that I was pregnant. I was having a lot of complications. I gave up. When I said I gave up completely. It's like I felt like I was about to lose my own life. And someone came to me in the hospital and they said to me, do you know that you can't do it alone? And from that, I realized that, okay, I have to be strong for me, for this unborn child, and for the others that I have at home. And the only way I can do that is through Christ. Thank you.
Table 3. You can say, but you have to stand. Yeah, you haven't spoken as yet.
I want to ask you if hard work and dedication
you've spoken already.
Bring out to good success in life.
Put the mic to your mouth and so we can hear. Yeah.
Hard work and dedication does bring out success because whatever you put in is whatever you will get out. And if you don't work your best, if you don't give it your best shot, if you don't do the best that you think that you could do, then you would not get the best. You would not get what you want.
After you speak, you can say.
Okay, so my question is table 6. In your opinion, what would you say is the transatlantic slave trade? Yes.
What's what?
You don't know? In your opinion, what would you say is the transatlantic slave trade, the slave trade in general? You don't know? Can I ask a question?
No.
I can ask a question?
Yeah, answer it.
Okay.
Wait, find out. Hello.
All right.
You want to answer it? You want to try answering it? So you want a different question? Do you want a different question? Okay, you want to answer the question? Okay.
As a teenager, like fellow teenagers, are you afraid of death, of dying young?
As a teenager, are you afraid of dying young?
I know. No, I'm not, because I know where I'm going, to Christ. So whenever he's ready for me,
Okay, so my question is table 7, and this time is going to be simple. Table 7 over there? Okay, so where do you see yourself in the next 5 years?
Good morning. In the next 5 years, I see myself as, I could say, a more independent entrepreneur because I already started that road. So I see myself having a complete family with everything. Thank you.
Table 2, my question to you is, since Grenada has the best jab in the world, do you think Trinidad can contest to that? Okay, it's for table 1. It's table 1. Okay, table 1.
Table 2.
Sorry, table 2.
You're table 2.
I cannot answer that question because I'm not into jab. I'm a Christian, so I don't take part in carnival and I don't take part in jab. So can't really answer that question. I'm sorry if you're surprised about that, but yeah.
You want to pass it over to him?
I don't think that Trinidad could contest with our jab, because Grenada is a land of the jab,
just answer the question.
and it will always will be.
This question is targeted at this table. This is number 5. What are your views or perception of Carriacou?
What's the question?
What is her perception of Carriacou?
Hello, let me just hear.
The culture, the people, everything on a whole.
What's her perception of Carriacou?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, speaking from experience, I have been to Carriacou once, and the experience was very thrilling. Carriacou was a little quiet, but I liked that in the day I was there, I was able to meet great people, eat great food also, and travel the whole of Carriacou by jeep. It was very exciting. I was very excited. I went on a beach close to a hotel, I think it was Mermaids. I'm not too sure if I'm remembering it. It was a few years. Mermaids? Yes. So I went to that restaurant, and it was indeed a thrilling experience. I would love to go back again.
Number 2, why can you answer my question? Why most females turn to the same sex now?
You understand the question?
Well, you're generalizing it, so, well, I'm married to a man, so I may not know, but based on information, women turn to have relations with other women because of either misinformation or a misconception about I'm supposed to be with another woman based on experience, based on abuse, based on broken homes, and that's how it happens.
That's a very interesting question. That's all? How do you all feel about the exercise? Hello, how do we feel about the exercise? You see, it helped you to be more open, and you felt a bit more comfortable speaking in front of the persons, correct? So you see, it's not a frightening thing. Don't mind the pig. Pig is okay, all right? All righty then. So let us understand first and foremost in public speaking, we need to develop our confidence level first. Once you're comfortable and you know what you're speaking of, and you feel comfortable, when the gentleman asked the last question, the lady here, I thought to myself, how she's going to get this answer? Well, she did a fantastic job, correct? And I think everyone answered the questions well. I think the questions were well thought of questions. And I think we should give ourselves a round of applause for that. Now, what I'm going to ask you to do, before I do it, let me say to you all, everyone in here is on the same level of ability and talent. We understand this? We have no idiots in here. We have no person who cannot do. Okay? Why I say that? Because what I want you all to do for me now is to stand, and I want you to critique each statement that you would have heard earlier. You understand what I'm saying here? What am I saying? Critique each statement that you will have heard earlier. Whether it be about the exercise, the topics on table, or whether it be about the questions asked or the questions answered. Okay? I want you to get up and give me it doesn't have to be everyone. I need someone from each table to speak, however. Give me your opinion of how you think that speech could have been bettered or more developed. Understand what I'm saying here? Hello, you understand what I'm saying here? This exercise is to help you to understand you should be able to critique your colleagues without criticizing your colleagues. You understand the difference? You should be able to critique your colleagues without criticizing your colleagues. We do not speak of people, we speak of what is said. You follow what I'm saying here? Hello? So in any public speaking forum, you have to deliver a speech. You will not stand to criticize an individual. You will stand to criticize what they had to say. You will stand to speak against what they had to say, but you will not individually speak about an individual. You will not speak about an individual collectively either. Understood? We have to respect everyone where they're at. We have to respect everyone and their abilities. If our abilities are to be respected in return. It makes sense to you all? Yeah? So each person will stand now and give me a critique of any speech you have heard this morning that you think could have been better. And that's it for me. Why we're doing this? We're testing your listening skills. How many of you can remember any of the things that went this morning? And if you can remember them clearly, it means then that person did a fantastic job in helping that speech stands out in your mind. You follow what I'm saying here? Because when you then give a speech in any forum, you want that when you leave, weeks later, a person is still talking about it. Because they can vividly remember what you would have said or done. Make sense to you all? Hello? It means that your speech has transcended boundaries. It has really impacted that individual's life. So we will test your listening skills now and see how well you were listening and paying attention to what went on earlier this morning. Table 1. Anyone from table 1? Thank you. Thank you. And when someone starts to speak, we all give them a round of applause. You know, encouragement. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. I am a critic to evidence of Christians being distant to culture. I strongly believe for value consensus, persons should obtain knowledge of what is within church and what is out of church. Because, for instance, you might go speaking to someone, telling them how they should accept Christ and all of those stuff. And then when they in turn come to you and ask you about the culture, for example, carnival and stuff, you will not be able to give them a response. And so this can bring up a discord between the both of you. So for value consensus, we need to learn more of what is out in the world and keep going on to what we believe for. We don't have to change or accept what they do, but just obtain knowledge about it.
Table 2.
Yeah. Talking to Alistair, my friend. Yeah. The speech you gave earlier on about a pig. Your speech was a little aggressive, right? And I thought to myself, well, since this is a pig you're talking about, yeah, you bring it right through. Good work. Because what I'm saying is now, you just told me not to eat a pig because it's aggressive and it's nasty. Thank you.
Let us just pause there. You see what's happened here in particular with his response to Alistair. I don't know if he had liked pig before. But based on what Alistair said, he's just saying to himself, he's not eating pig anymore. So you all understand the impact your speeches can have? And as my friend here said correctly, you need to be well informed. And this is something that's important in any public speaking forum. If you are not certain, leave it out. You understand what I'm saying here? If you are not certain, leave it out. You don't want to mislead, because there are persons, as you have seen just now, he is actually taking to heart what Alistair says. And this is Mr. Bamboo. Okay? So be careful what you say, because persons take you serious. And as a speaker, people come to hear what you're saying. And as I said earlier, we're looking at giving information. So I am here because I want information from you. And there's some person that will take what you say literally. You understand what I'm saying here? So if you're not too well informed on the topic, leave it out. Simple as that. Okay? Point taken? Table 3.
They asked a question, table. Table 5. Is she afraid of dying? No? To me, she said no, but to me, yes, because there's a lot of things I have to change in life. And then another point of me afraid to die is leaving my children behind. I don't want people to take advantage of them because they're young. So, yeah.
Thank you. 4.
Well, what I have to say goes to the lady that talked about the car. This speech could have been a little more details, like description of what you was talking about, because I would have think about something else other than a car, because there's other things outside there that more like luxurious and all these things. So it could have been a little more detail. So.
Thank you. And what we saw here from these two responses, we have someone who has a different opinion on the question of death. And her opinion is strongly based on value. You all realize that? Yes. My friend's opinion is based on fact because she knows where she's going. And that to her is factual. She's going to meet her Christ. My friend here is more so concerned about her children. And that's a point of value. As you see the value start coming out, you all understand what I'm trying to say here? The value, so for her, she doesn't care whether or not Christ exists. No, not she doesn't care. But her interest is whether or not she's going to Christ, but her interest is whether or not her children will have a proper life after she's gone. And she wants to ensure that that is value. You understand what I'm saying here? Yes. On this front here, now the question, the critique was that there were not enough detail. And we sometimes do that. We present to people with not having enough detail, so there are a lot of questions that are asked afterwards. Anything you do a public speech and you have a person have to ask you questions over and over about the speech that you have had, it means then that you have not given enough detail. You weren't clear enough. Understood? Hello? And in the case of our friend here, her description, as was said just now, matches a lot of other things. And that's something we've got to be cognizant of too. Okay? Table 5.
Pertaining to your right, Honorable Tariq, and the speech that he gave this morning about his opinion on cockfight as a sport that he would like to introduce here. My opinion is that those who know cockfight is kind of a lot of problems. There's certain things, some people in some countries are sports, but here in Grenada is problem because you bring in cock here, we go eat that, seriously. So that again is a whole heap of problem for itself. It's good that you could widen your imagination on certain things, but growing up and born in Grenada here, Mr. Man, if you have a cock in the back of your house and you're watching it and you're having it as a sport, we going with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Prime Minister, you need to put regulation in place. Table 7.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to give my views on the question the young man asked on the same sex with the women.
Okay.
Well, women turn to the same sex because of past experience with men, not treating them good, not showing them love, and they think that women will understand them more.
That's a very good response, I think. You all think so, too? Women, do you feel this way, women? Women. Hello, ladies. Let me just say from outside, there are good men out there that will treat you good. So not all of you go towards the other side, okay?
In my life, yeah, used to.
Interesting point. We have a point here based on that statement. I'm not going to open the can of fish. Table 7.
Yeah, on to criticize about, I think those are good.
Yeah, when she started off, I heard black and white, so I thought zebra. And then I hear horns, I say zebra do have horns. So I thought cow. It was kind of mixed me up. I understand, like I get the poetry sense you're trying to bring to it, but some parts of it was kind of confusing, so I didn't really know it was a goat.
So you want clarity?
Clarity, right.
You're asking for clarity. You're asking her to be more coherent and how she says things and stuff like that. Yeah, and that is something public speaking you want to do also. The table that did the sheep, the guy got her at the bar. and it sends a good message that he was thinking creatively. But it could mislead some people because some person say a sheep bar or goat bars. So we don't know. But clarity is something you want to instill in your speech. So at the end of the day, it is cleared up. Okay? Table 8.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm John L. Dabo from Victoria, St. Mark. The only thing I would like to say was the use of just a few fillers. The activity was done very well. In fact, the young woman by me, within 2-3 lines, she was able to point out some of the animals. I heard horse very early, donkey very early. And the only thing I would like to critique and say was the use of just a few fillers. Thank you very much.
Use of what? Oh, you mean males being involved? Hey? Oh, fillers. Oh, okay. All right, yeah. Okay, all right, thank you all very much. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. It goes to show that we are all listening, correct? And we pay close attention, and the speeches that we have made earlier this morning, including the answers to the questions, were all taken into consideration by everyone. That is good. That is very good. Okay? Mr. Perjian, want to say something just now? Prince, sorry. He's with me to say His Royal Highness, Prince.
I want to say something.
You say something about the question, the statements made about the men and women?
No. I was.
Use the mic, please.
Somebody else want to say something?
Someone else want to say something?
No, as it relates to what the young lady stated, as it relates to men, disappointment cannot at least bring you to something else. I was just saying, if you have 3 motor vehicles and all of them bunks, you'll get another motor vehicle, you'll get a donkey. So it doesn't mean that your disappointment as it relates to your past would cause you to go somewhere else. You understand? If there's a destination and if there's a claw or a law or what I would say a moral standing, you keep to that. So if a man disappoints you, another man disappoints you, it's just the stages in life. It's like a GPS. He will tell you where to go, he wouldn't tell you what would happen on your way there.
Okay. All right, we have our last comment here.
In relation to this young lady, she said it's based on past experience for the lesbian, gays, and bisexual. But at the age of 16 and let's say 25, how many experience you could have? Because a lot of 16, 17, 18-year-olds are turning towards lesbian, yes, that kind of lifestyle.
She could have been introduced to it at a very young age too. So these are things we need to consider. But thank you very much. We have to break for a break. Yeah, we have to break for a break. Thank you, ma'am. When we come back, we can have a little session on that. Okay? So, so we do back tables first. Oh. Yeah. Okay, hello, I'm turning over to Reverend Joseph. He will instruct you for break this afternoon. No. All right. Hello. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Before we do that, let us put our hands together for Dr. Ford. Yes, he's doing a really wonderful job, and we want to thank you again. Again, we want to thank our viewers who is viewing via the internet. We want to thank you for joining us. In the welcome this morning, I didn't mention we have participants from Carriacou, but we do have somebody from Petit Matnik, I was told. So sorry for missing you out. Is the person from Petit Matnik? Can you just stand? Yeah, let us put our hands together for a participant from Petit Matnik. And again, we want to thank you for taking the long journey down to Grenada to be part of this TAII festival speech. Again, those of you that is viewing online, again, we want to thank you for joining us and hope that you're enjoying viewing the session from the lovely island of Grenada, the spice of the Caribbean. At this time, I'm going to invite again Dr. Ford, and what I'm going to ask him to do is to reintroduce the team that came in with him. Most of them are from Barbados, and we do have one person from St. Lucia. So for those of you that missed out on the session yesterday, Dr. Ford is going to reintroduce the team so you can have an appreciation for the person that's behind this TAII Speech Festival. Let us put our hands together again for Dr. Ford.
Okay, good morning again. Thank you, Reverend Joseph. As was said, my name is Paul Fort, and with me from the Barbados team, TAII, Miss Rachel Critchlow. Rachel Critchlow, Program Coordinator of Team Action International, Inc. Abraham Alexander, Facilitator. Curzan James, Facilitator. He's from St. Lucia. I will explain a bit more about Curzan. Ella Jean Evening, also a facilitator. And Ms. Victoria Graves. She's our Assistant Program Coordinator. Ms. Critchlow and Ms. Graves are both teachers. Ms. Graves is our attorney at law. She's also a teacher at one of her schools in Barbados. Ms. Graves. Ms. Critchlow, likewise, not attorney, but teacher at high school. Ella Jean and Abraham are two of Ms. Critchlow's students at her school, and Curzan is from St. Lucia, and he's here because when we did our program in St. Lucia, what we're trying to do is to get persons from other countries to go to the next country so we can have a really Caribbean infusion aspect of it. So that's why he's here, and hopefully we can have someone from Grenada to go with us to St. Vincent in September. And our lone student and participant, the baby in the crew, Zara Trotman. She's so peeny. Okay, so that's the team that, yes, with TAII. You want to say something? Okay. Okay. So we had a session this morning. How did you all feel about your session this morning? Wonderful. Before I go any further, I did promise this young lady about her say something when we come back from break. So, what's your name? Ezra. Here, Ezra, say something. You wanted to say something before we went to break. Your name is here, right?
The last, what I was trying to say was that sometimes we had different views on the terms of bisexual and
lesbianism and gayism. I'm not trying to go back on the topic, but since as we come back from the break and I was supposed to say something before we went on the break, I think there's a lot of reason why most people turn to the opposite. Some of them just do it for fun. Some do it because at the end of the day, it's just my opinion. I could be wrong, but I am just saying that because I had one friend, and it could all be peer pressure also, because I had this one friend, and I asked her. She messaged me, and we started to talk. So I tried to get to know her a little better and understand her, and I asked her, why is it that she into the opposite sex? And she told me, I'm sorry, not opposite, same sex. And she told me that she was influenced by one of her friends, and she get a gist of it, and it just stayed, it never left. So I think I would have to work my magic and bring her back. But that was my. But then again, at the end of the day, you cannot force somebody to do something that they don't want to. As they say, you could bring her. You could. Yeah, she was forced, or she was peer pressured. I don't know. At the end of the day, is not me, but as a friend. The only thing you could do to somebody that is up for the same sex is give your best advice and talk to them. At the end of the day, you could bring a horse or a donkey to the well, but you cannot force them to drink the water.
Amen.
So if she wants to continue, then that's at the end of the day, that's on her bargain. I don't know that my bargain is clear. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Okay, this session, what we're going to do, we're going to have some formal speeches. And I identified 8 persons to speak from each table, 1 person from each table. I will give you the topic. You will prepare the topic. You will have 10 minutes to prepare the topic as a group. That individual who I have spoken to earlier about speaking will be the person who will come to the podium and present the table's opinion on the topic. Okay? The topic is an open-ended topic, meaning that it can be interpreted however you see fit. You understand me? Hello? I do not want the right answer. I want your answer. Yes, please. Yes, you are. The question was whether or not you're going to be allowed to comment on the speeches afterwards. The answer is yes. So what you expect everyone to do is to take notes, start to listen. Delivery formats, similar to debating. Extemporaneous, which is point format. You jot down points and you present from such point. Impromptu, as we did earlier this morning, spur of the moment, right off the cuff, right there and then. Reading, I don't want to see reading, but if you have to, by all means, but I prefer you not to do reading. Memorize text, I'm not too certain if you want to do that, you can get messed up, but again, it's up to you. Each speech will be 3 minutes long. It can go over, I don't expect it to go under. Okay? All right, so we will prepare. Now, what you want to do when you're preparing a speech, remember we talked earlier about the point of fact, point of value, and point of interest. We have also talked about delivery. But what I want you to focus on now is something called the order. There are 2 types of orders in speeches that I work with. The types of orders I work with is something called problem-solution order. Convincing your speech, or trying to convince someone that your speech is valid. The problem-solution order is basically straightforward. You present a problem, you present a solution. Simple. That's what it is. So in your speech, you highlight the problem, and then you bring a solution to that problem. And you can build your entire speech around that concept. However, to be more convincing in your speech, you want to try a different order. And that order is something called problem cause solution order. Because with the problem solution order, we may have a problem and we find a solution. but the problem keeps on recurring. You know that happens? So with the problem cause solution order, now what you do, you highlight the problem and you deal with the cause. When you deal with the cause, the problem will not return because the cause of the problem is eliminated. Understood? Hello? So when you're creating your speech, you can use either the problem solution order or the problem cause solution order. So what you do is you present the problem that there is, and then you find a solution that can fix the problem. Or you can present the problem as it is, identify the particular cause or causes, and then present solutions that will eliminate the cause. Once the cause is eliminated, the problem should never reoccur. Correct? Yeah? So those are two orders you look at using. In public speaking, those are, in my opinion, what can make your speech more effective. It can help you with your point development. In any speech, you shouldn't have more than 3 main points. You shouldn't have more than 3 main points, and you deliberate on each point extensively as long as you want. But 3 main points so your audience cannot be lost as to what you're saying. Okay? Each point must follow one from the other. Point 1 must correspond to point 2. Point 2 must correspond to point 3. It makes your speech coherent. Why? Because you don't want to have disjointed speeches. We see persons with speeches, you may have 3 main points, but all 3 are completely different. And there's no joining. And you don't want that because it doesn't say anything much about your speech. What is the general consensus of your speech after that? It doesn't tell the story. You want the story to be told. Okay? So 3 main points must be followed on to one another. We look at 2 different orders just now, problem solution order, problem cause solution order. Another aspect you want to focus on to is the development of your speech. Each one of us in here have a head. Each one of us has a body. And each one of us has feet. Okay? You can say the feet or bottom. You want your speech to be structured as such. Your head will be your introduction. You want an introduction. In the introduction, what you do, you identify what you're going to speak of categorically. Okay? So in your first answer to the people, you identify what you're going to speak of. In your introduction, also, what you want to do is to establish your credibility. Have persons understand why you are the right person to speak on this topic. Why you are the right person to say what you have to say on this topic. You have all the knowledge, all the well-meaning to this topic. That's establishing your credibility. So whether someone knows you or not, what you say in your first stanza is going to be critical to whether or not your speech will be well accepted. Understood? Hello? So you want to do that in your introduction. Let your introduction be that point where you tell who you are, where you introduce what you're going to speak about to the audience. Your body gives a more overview or a more in-depth look at your 3 main points. It talks about point 1, it talks about point 2, it talks about point 3. And it explains what these mean, what your relevance to it. What we consider the conclusion, which is the tail or the feet, your conclusion will not do a recap. It will not bring new information into the fold. It will do a recap. You summarize everything that was said either in the introduction, in the body, and you put it in your conclusion. So you must conclude your speech. Why? People want to know that you're finishing. You don't just want it done abruptly. You know, we watch some movies and they finish just abruptly, and you're upset. You don't want persons to be upset. Okay? Another thing is too that we don't do often in public speaking, and you should try to do is something called linking statements. Link your topics. Link your 3 main topics or your 3 main points. Okay? So when you move from point 1, you go into, and then now turn to point 2. Moving on from point 1 to point 2. Let persons know you have moved on from one point to another point. You understand what I'm saying here? When that happens, persons are getting a better understanding now that, okay, we have completed this here, we're not moving on to this stanza, and then we go on and on and on. If you don't do that, it can be very disjointed because persons will not know when you make the switch from point 1 to point 2, which can be very confusing in your summary. Following? Hello? So we want to focus on that. So all in all, what I'm trying to say is that your speech, yes, it has to be you. But basic techniques in making your speech more effective convincing. We look at the problem solution order, the problem cause solution order. We looked at the linking statements, and we looked at delivery. The last point I want you to focus on is enjoyment. No speech is worth your salt if you can't enjoy presenting it. You follow what I'm saying here? When you enjoy doing something, you find the level of not only confidence, but you find the level of determination to making sure that persons understand what you have to say. Not so? Hello? So you want to make sure that in presenting, when you have a beautiful speech, if you are not comfortable, if you're not enjoying it, you're not going to get it presented properly. While you may think you're reading it well, your audience is lost because they don't feel the energy from you. With that being said, I will say this. We listen with three things. I said it yesterday. Those who were here yesterday should know. What are the three things we listen with? What are the three things we listen with? Eyes. We listen with our eyes, we listen with our ears, and we listen with our feelings. You know, there's sometimes someone speaking, you can feel what they're saying because you see the passion in the person. You see the person is really involved into what they're saying because they believe in it, because they're enjoying it. That's what you want to do. Okay? All right, everyone? Are we understanding? Anyone who did not understand what I said, please say. All right? So what will happen from here onwards? Each person on the table that I ask to speak will command the table control, or control the table. On this table, it is Lindana Charles. So should be person speaking on behalf of the table. So you already wrong her. Work on the topic. On this table, it is His Royal Highness Prince James. On this table, it is His Honorable Tarek Frank. On this table, it is Shamfa Moses. On this table, not the pig, but Alistair Amada. On this table, Cassandra Andrews. On this table, John O'Dowell. What's her name? You know, she has to say it herself. Janelle Antoine. Okay? All right. The topic. And you will have 10 minutes this time. You have 10 minutes this time to prepare the topic as a group. If you want to step outside and do such, do such. But however, again, what's important is that you understand the topic is an open-ended topic, meaning your opinion as a group is what is going to determine how the topic is presented, what content it has, okay? The topic is the right to life. Now, this can be done in the sense of abortion. We look at abortion, you can look at the death penalty. You have an issue with death penalty in Grenada? No, you can look at the death penalty, or you can look at a situation where someone break into your home, and that person, kill somebody in your family, and you get opportunity with them. You think they should die, or you think they should face the court. I know what you think. You understand? So, the topic is there, the right to life. Circle around your teammate, and you all present. 10 minutes to present. Okay? We can ask now that you present your findings, and the table leader or the person on the table who is speaking will come up. What we will ask for you to do is imagine you're in a formal setting and you don't want to have too many distractions. Okay? Okay? You might want to also take note of persons, what they're saying, who are not members of your team. So for instance, if table 1 is speaking, I expect table 2 to 7 to 8 should be listening to hear what's going on and take note. Okay? Since all of us have the same topic, it means we may have some cross-references. Now, in public speaking, as like debating, sometimes you prepare a speech. But when you prepare that speech and then something else happens, you have, in some cases, to alter that speech. That only can happen when listening is taking place. So you all have to pay attention, listen carefully and attentively. Understood? Understood? Okay, we can ask table 1 to first come up, and we can exhibit basic tenets of public speaking, the way you walk to the podium, your posture, things like that. Non-verbal communications, your eye contact, your gestures. We will also look at how you stand, in particular at the podium. Okay? Table 1 will come. When you come, identify yourself, say which table you're representing, and carry on with your speech. Table 1.
Pleasant good morning. I am Prince James, representing Table 1. The right to life. John 10:10 clearly states, I have come that they may have life and have it to the full. Our table decided to look at euthanasia of voluntary suicide as it relates to the topic, the right to life. Physicians, or what we call doctors, have exemplified that some 2,500 years ago, when they took an oath saying, I will neither give a deadly drug to anybody who asks for it, nor will I make a suggestion to its effect. You may ask, what is euthanasia? The act or a practice of killing or permitting the death of hopelessly sick or injured individuals, such as a person, a domestic animal, in a relatively painless way for a reason or mercy. To that, some may look at the glitches and say, if it is painless or they are injured, why not take their life? The importance of life, as I indicated by introductory, was given by God himself. Man endorsed it when physicians took an oath to it. So who are they to, with my painful mother or father or friend, to say to them or have them say to a physician, take my life? Life is important, not just to an individual who is painful. The person whose life or who is requesting the life to be taken could just be the mentor to an individual. A cancer patient could influence a prisoner who is at prison. The fight that he or she may go through some years of fighting cancer, may cause a prisoner to say, if he can fight it all these years, maybe I just can. Life is important. And life is not just important, as I said, to you. Life is important. As we look at value, a mother who is leaving 3, 4 children behind, a single mother that is, or a single father, leaving his or her children behind, it is hard. And even if she may, or he may think in his mind, let me call it quit, they need to take into consideration young lives. For they may be left without a parent, a mentor, somebody to go to in times when it's most needed. Life in itself, I believe, is important. The breath of life is what gives you the strength to go on. With life, it's living. With the breath of life, it's a cause to do anything. Once you can wake in the morning and be able to breathe the breath of life, can cause you to do anything and go over any other. Again, I go back to John 10, that Christ died for us so that we can have life to its fullest. He expects us to sin. He expects us to do wrong. But at the end of the day, with life, it can be made better by asking him for his forgiveness. So that in itself, as representing for table one, that life is important.
Life. That was inspiring. Let's give him a round of applause. We invite table two to come and give her their presentation.
Good afternoon. Morning, sorry. My name is Lindana Charles, and I'm representing Table 2. The right to life. One has to wonder what that truly means. How much can we define rights? As we speak on the topic, the rights to life, we are looking at the death penalty. I would like to begin firstly. No man gave life to himself or others. Therefore, he has no right to take it. It must be punished. Death penalty is a capital punishment. It is a government sanction whereby a person is killed by the state for a crime. Do we believe that if we as an individual has a right to life, is it fair for someone to decide to take our life? Is it fair? Is it fair, audience? Thank you. It's not. So indeed, it's a crime that must be punished, and we consider it to be outrageous and evil. The death penalty should be reinstated in the three island states of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Why? As I said earlier, we didn't give life and don't have any authority to take it ourselves. Sorry. I humbly apologize. Let me take that again. Just put yourself in a situation. Before I speak on what I have started earlier, just put yourself in that situation where you are out enjoying with having fun with your friends, and you got the news that one of your family members was brutally killed, chopped up into pieces. And that image keep playing in your mind over and over as you got that news. Lo and behold, you have to go in court. And that person is asking for what's the word I should use? Pardon. That person is pleading to you to forgive them. And the crime that is so, let's say outrageous, so horrific, thank you. And they are asking you to beg them pardon. Keep playing in your mind that it is your family and you would not see them again, and to see that image with your family on the ground there. Do you think that this person has a right to life? Can you bring it to yourself to forgive that person? In my honest opinion, I don't think I can bring myself to forgive that person at first. But thinking back to what I have learned about the Bible, how many times should we forgive our brothers and sisters? How many times? And I have to keep playing in my mind that over and over. Because I might want to do, if I want somebody to forgive me, I should be able to forgive them also. But justice must be served. And I will leave it in the hands of the law. And let nature take its course. So we believe, myself and my team believe, that the death penalty should be reinstated in the Tri-Island state of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. And you might ask, why? Why should we think like that? First of all, as I stated earlier, we didn't give life and don't have the right or the authority to take it ourselves. However, heinous crimes must be punished to the extent of the law. Secondly, destruction of families, and as a result, society obviously would see a breakdown in homes. So, in closing, no one, and I stand firm by saying, no one give life. So no one has the right to ever think they should take somebody else's life. Let us respect each other. I thank you.
That's a serious pronouncement. We will not cross her. Table number 3.
Again, short struggles. All right. All right. Good morning. One man, one woman, one night of blazing passion. Perhaps they're married. Perhaps they're a couple. Perhaps it was just a one-night stand. Roughly 3 months later, the woman finds out that she's pregnant, and she's wondering what to do. My team and I, we are here to tell her and convince your audience
that she should keep it. Say no to abortion. I, Shamfa Moses, with roughly 5 years of experience of the debating team of McDonald College and previous debater for the St. Patrick's Youth Organization, I'm here to present on the topic abortion under the heading of the right to life. First of all, I would like to define the word abortion for you. According to the Merriam-Webster Dictionary, abortion is a medical procedure used to end a pregnancy and cause the death of the fetus. Today, I will present 3 reasons on why this woman should keep her baby. The first reason being that we in Grenada here, we call ourselves, we mainly associate ourselves as a biblical society. Our parents instructed us and raised us with a strong moral background. And the first thing most of us learn here is the 10 Commandments. And what is one of the commandments? Thou shalt not murder. Abortion is murder. Did you know that 18 days after the fetus, the zygote form and the fetus is formed, that the baby's heart starts to beat? 18 days, almost 2 weeks after almost after 2 weeks, pregnancy develops. And for you to commit abortion would mean that you would kill that fetus, that you would stop a heart from beating. Could you, with a right conscience, take the life of another, and one so defenseless? Another reason in which why the abortion should not be committed is the complications that could arise from it. Whether you do it in the first trimester or in the last trimester, there will always be side effects. These can include vomiting, nausea, bleeding, and when we say bleeding, we mean from the uterus. Ladies, where we have a period and where you're supposed to hold a baby. Imagine what could happen if you're bleeding from your uterus. What if you decide to get rid of this baby? And 10 years later, you said, you want to know what? I'm going to get married, have a happy little couple life. 3 years later, you say, we want to have a baby together. And because of the previous one you killed, you cannot have anymore because your womb is permanently damaged. What would you tell your husband or your spouse? Finally, my last point here today that I'm going to present on abortion is the fact that it is costly and it must be done early in pregnancy. Roughly 2 weeks ago, I was speaking to a close family friend, and she was telling me that she's scared that her child might be pregnant, but she doesn't think, they're already in poverty, and she doesn't think that her daughter would be able to carry a child. So she said she was going to get the pill for abortion, as people commonly call it. Guess how much that came up to? $287 for a family that's already poor, that's already in poverty and having trouble to send your child to school. Where on earth are you going to pull the $287 from? The money tree growing in your backyard? Because I surely know that it doesn't exist. And the final point here today is that in abortion, it must be done early in pregnancy. Now, considering what I said previously, in that we are a biblical society, we grew up knowing that we're supposed to have moral standards, that there is a God, but suddenly you find out, I'm supposed to terminate the pregnancy. In this moral battle that you're fighting in your head, should I get rid of it? Should I keep it? What do I do? Do you honestly think that in all the time you're debating with yourself that your first trimester wouldn't pass in that time? The amount of time that it takes, the longer you wait to have the baby, the longer you wait to decide if you want to have the abortion, the greater the risk of you permanently damaging yourself or even death. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, babies should have the right to life. It is not our place to decide. Yes, the mother may have a choice as it is her body, but it is not our right to murder an unborn, innocent, defenseless baby which in the next 10 months usually have round puffy cheeks and is completely adorable, and you could never lay your hand on to hurt. 2, the complications that may arise from hurting the mother and her child. And 3rd, the cost and the time in which it must be done. I thank you.
Thank you. Table 4.
Pleasant good afternoon to everybody. The right to life, such a critical topic. Table 4 has decided to look at the right to animal life. Our Constitution speaks to the right of life to human beings, but never focus on the right to animal life. Animals and human beings boils down to one fundamental right, the right to be treated with respect and an individual with inherent values. There are 3 main points that we look at as the right to animal life. 1, specimism. How many of you like chicken inside here? Show by a raise of hand. Yeah. How many of you have pets home? Raise your hand. So would you go home one day and eat your cat? My question has been answered. When you prefer to eat certain species over another on the basis of personal choice, such as how animals look, the cuteness and everything like that, many of you eat chicken. Why do you eat chicken? Why you don't prefer to eat anything else more than chicken? Because we grew up with a culture of eating only meat, handed down by since God was there. Because we slaughter this, we eat that, but we are forbidden to eat certain things. But at the end of the day, we have to be conscious of what we do and how we do. And as one of my colleagues on my table who is a vegan, who shed some light with me on why we should respect animal life, which is also my personal belief, but at the end of the day, I like pork, so I have to eat pork. So we should have respect for animal life. There's other options that we can use that has been prescribed by the WTO, World Health Trade Organization, and PAHO, because there are some plants that you can eat because of the whole makeup of it by life. Yes. Human beings and adult mammals have rights because they are both subject to a life. They live in such a way as to give themselves the best quality of life. The quality and the length of their life matters to them, not only to humans. And as I conclude, let us respect each other's right to life, including animals. Thus, adult mammals have rights just as the same way as the same reasons why the same extent of human beings have right to live. And at the end of the day, we will not eat ourselves. We will be conscious of whatever we do going forward. And I would just like us to be conscious going forward. I thank you.
Thank you. Table 5. Table 6, prepare yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Cassandra Andrew, a teacher by profession, a mother of two. Today I wish to speak on a topic, abortion, the right to life. Abortion is a very diverse topic to speak on. While I am pro-life, I believe that abortion should be an option in certain situations. Please permit me to list at least 3 areas. While rape is a tremendous tragedy to survive at any age, underage, still get pregnant, whether or not you have a choice to carry your attacker's child full term. Most times, things happen in homes where parents are neglectful or unable to prepare for their home, and a family member must assist with ill will or ill intentions towards a young child in the home. This leads to, we all know, incest towards a child. Should this child be a mom at such a tender age? Even though persons who are at adult age but are not mentally stable still have intercourse and get pregnant, should that person be given the right to bring that child forth or abort it? In closing, I would like to say, counseling is a form of dealing with pain, stress that some women, and when I say some women, there are some women that will go to the clinics, get the pills, throw that child away, go by the doctor, do what they have to do without even thinking of, let's say, what child am I bringing into the world? But some of us, we go to that counseling, we get that help, trying to cope with that unwanted pregnancy and still considering that abortion. With counseling a mentally ill person, they can be guided to adoption, or they can be given that help. Someone in the home can help them in bringing forth that child. Thank you.
Table 6, table 7 and 8, please get ready. We need to move.
A pleasant good afternoon to all. My name is Alistair J.D. Amada. I stand here as, in humility, as future psychologist. I stand here as a believer, a Christian, and someone with moral values, posing the question, are babies right to live? No to abortion. The Bible states in Genesis 9:7, be fruitful and multiply. Fill the earth. God himself has designed us as human beings to procreate and reproduce. And in delivery, the points in which I will expound on, why should we not commit abortion, causes and consequences of abortion, and treatment for abortion. Abortion, definition is the ending of a pregnancy by removal or expulsion of an embryo fetus before it can survive. My friends, why should we not commit abortion? When 2 cells meet, the ova and the sperm, we all know the fertilization process. Now, cells is the building block of life. That how we produce and produce. Cells give us tissue. Now, when 2 cells meet after a day, mitosis, the division of cells, then you have a whole body. Some may say, wait till, do it right after a night of fun. But once the cell meets together in fertilization, you have a potential baby. So it's on no grounds for abortion to be committed. Furthermore, causes of abortion is a night of pleasure, a night of fun, so-called as we culture, right? Look at it. When people been raped, abused, they believe that because I did not choose it, then I should throw it. No. Look at peer pressure, giving in, the influences of other countries and the mass media. Well, it's on television and everybody doing it. It's cool. No, it's not cool. We should always stand for value. We should always stand for what we believe in as a Christian country. Over and over, even our Prime Minister says that we are a Christian country and we should amend what we believe in. For those that have been abused and want to commit such crime, remember, the first step in treatment is speaking out. After you speak out, well, this happened, that happened, or even if it's after a night of pleasure and you may be a student, you may be in university, college, secondary school, whatever, you must always speak out. Then after, seek professional help, such as counseling, such as maybe a pastor, someone you can talk to where they can walk you through why you should not do this. Because at the end of the day, people that commit such acts, they feel so suicidal, they feel isolated, confused. So no one should come down or try to demoralize such person because of such acts. We are all imperfect beings. We all make mistakes. Somebody's mistakes may not be our mistakes. In conclusion, my friends, say no to abortion. Say no. Take a stand with me today. Say no to abortion. I thank you.
Table 7. Table 8, please be ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Janelle Antoine. Abortion is the ending of a pregnancy by removal of expulsion or embryo of fetus before it can survive the outside of the uterus. In developing countries, the practice has been allowed under certain conditions. Ethical, state, and religious views on abortion vary from place to place. In several regions, the act is allowed in certain situations like rape, biological problems, in case the woman's life is endangered, or incest. The World Health Organization has recommended safer and lawful methods of abortion, and some states even legalized it. I am totally against the practice. In my piece, I will argue out and defend my choice of why I am against abortion. Abortion exposes women to several short-term health risks. There are numerous immediate risks that range from continuous bleeding, clotting of blood, to sustained inbirths, etc. It is clear that women who have aborted are susceptible to such immediate complications. Abortion also has a negative implication on the future reproductive life of a woman. In recap, it is evident that abortion possesses many risks to the woman that not only endangers her life, but also the life of a baby in subsequent pregnancies, the risks range from psychologically or biological. However, even from a religious point of view, abortion cannot be justified. Thank you.
Table 8. Thank you.
A pleasant afternoon to everyone. I am John L. Dabo, and I am presenting on behalf of myself and my colleagues on Table 8. What is the value of a life? How much value would you attribute to your life? Monetary or otherwise? If you were asked to put a number to your life, what would that figure be? Now, we believe that everyone, you're here to enjoy life in its entirety. Now, if that was taken away from you, how would that feel? The right to life is a moral principle based on the belief that a human being has the right to live, and as such should not be killed by another human being. My colleagues and I, we put together a piece, and I would critically analyze abortion and capital punishment in their entirety, because these two being forms of deliberate ending of a life. Abortion. Now, we view abortion as simply the deliberate termination of a human pregnancy, and that was taken from Oxford Dictionary. Now, we are aware that life began after fertilization, as one of the previous speaker would have suggested, right? Embryo, all of that. Now, even after that would have happened, the fertilization process, now we are also aware that the fetus would be communicating with the outside environment. Now, of course, we know there are mothers that would speak to their babies, right? There are mothers that would somehow read or do all of those things to the fetus. Now, that being said, it is aware that whatever is in there is somewhat alive. So, to end such a life should be murder in some form. Now, we are also aware that it is against the law in Grenada to have abortion. I mean, somehow at times it happens, but we know it is against the law. Now, we also believe that it should be, my colleagues and I, it should be against the law based on what I would have just presented. Now, we also believe, don't get us wrong, that a woman should have full control of her body, and as such, she should do as she please. However, that right should not be taken advantage of. Now, furthermore, we also believe that in special circumstances, in special situations, we believe that a woman should end that pregnancy, whether it be rape or if she has medical conditions and whatnot. Sadly, being aware of my time, I'll just cut short. So in conclusion, we believe everyone should have a right to live, a right to life, a right to fully enjoy life in its entirety, right? And a right to simply be whoever he or she wishes to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all the presenters. Thank you for the teams and tables for coming up with the research and helping your team present. Give yourselves a round of applause. I think we see a lot of the principles of public speaking coming out at the speeches, and how you all felt about them? How you all felt about the talks we had just now? How do you all feel about them? We're going to invite 4 comments, and then we're going to wrap up.
I feel like overall they were all very good, but there's always room for improvement. And I want to talk about Lindana's, her speech.
Okay.
Can I critique it?
Yes.
Right. So I realized that she was speaking a little slowly and dragging out her words, and there were a bit too many pauses. So next time, just try to speak a little bit faster, not too fast, but just speed it up a little, because then people tend to lose interest because you're going too slowly. And then I realized there was a lot of repetition and there weren't many transitions. So next time, try to add in like link words, as Paul was saying. And yeah, I think that's all. Sometimes you did have me a little bit confused though, because you were contradicting yourself when you were talking about one thing, but then you were saying yes, it's okay to do. So I was a bit confused. So next time, maybe just have like a coherent path that you are going to follow. Okay.
You want to?
All right, I do appreciate what you have said. Even as I was speaking, I realized that about myself. Due it in preparation, I did not get the time to sink in on what we have completed in writing. So that is one of the reasons why I was like that. So, and that is a key factor in preparation and knowing what. Sometimes when somebody is right for you, that is what tends to happen. So I do apologize for that.
I don't know if I want to accept the apology. Why? Because we're all learning. So you don't need to apologize. You thank her for recognizing it, and that's it. Don't apologize. We're all learning, so please don't get into the habit of apologizing for mistakes. Again, we don't make mistakes. Everything is a learning process. It's a stepping stone. Do not apologize, please. Okay? Okay? Thank you. Yes, please.
All right, pleasant day to everyone. Really quick, first of all, table 1, 2, 3, 4. So you said that animals have right to life, right? That's what you said. So I just want to point out one thing. A right can only be had by something that is morally active. You can't claim something that you're not morally obligated to get, right? So animals come under that bracket, because can a dog think or can a bat think? Yes? What does it mean to think? What does it mean to think then? Right? So I just want to say that because it's something that is morally active, right? So I hope that we understand the point I'm making, right? And instead of laughing or jesting, we try to digest the full implications of what I'm saying, right? You're a human, you have a right because you're a human, right? So animals respond to stimuli, that's all they do. That's all they do, right? And we as humans are sentimental beings, so we attach otherwise innocuous animals or stimuli, we attach it meaning, right? That's why when your grandmother gives you that necklace, it means so much more to you. So that, and then I'm a Christian, but the Bible, we use the Bible, I've seen it incessantly in this an academic debate, right? So while it's tremendous in its implications for life and everything, it's not an academically viable source for information, right? It's faith-based, and instead of using a scripture verse like my guy did in the last table, he used a principle from philosophy, natural law, which is viable in an academic debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Who else? They give someone else that haven't spoken as yet. Someone that haven't spoken. Hmm? Who? Oh. Yeah? Okay, all right. Well,
Afternoon. My comment goes to Alistair. I mean, I understand that you were passionate about the topic. However, I felt when you were giving me basic information, you were shouting at me in terms of the cell. Like you're forcing it down my throat, you understand? And then the comment that man just made in terms of animals only responding to stamina. Animals, don't? Same thing. Animals have families too. They have brains. They reproduce just like us. Animals have life as well, and they have right to life as well. You cannot underestimate the life of an animal.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry we have to cut because we have out of time. But thank you all very much for this morning session. And I can hear a lot of cross talking. Please. Thank you. Thank you all for this morning session. And I hope you learned something. I hope you enjoyed this session. And more importantly, I hope you can take something from this session for your everyday subjects in public speaking, debating, or even just communicating with your friends, colleagues, or superiors. Thank you very much for coming today. I turn over to Reverend Joseph. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you for all the energy that you have. I can feel the energy in the room. Everyone is on the table trying to figure out the tasks that they have at hand. Yes? Some persons already reading through the resolution on the tables and trying to figure out what are some of the ideas that the country is going to come up with to present this afternoon. So the setting this morning is a bit different from this morning, and we have roughly 7 groupings of tables. Each table is represented a country. We are doing a sort of a simulation this afternoon of countries going to the World Bank to present their situation based on a resolution. And the countries and political groupings represented are China, Europe, the United States, the United Kingdom, CARICOM, Brazil, and the nuclear nations. Yes? So these are the countries and political groupings that are represented right here. At the head table, we have 4 international organizations. WHO. What does WHO represent?
World Health Organization.
She was not sure? You sure? All right. WHO, World Health Organization, the UN, the United Nations, the IMF, the International Monetary Fund. Yes? They have a lot of money? You find so? In US or Ghanaians? They have all the money. All right. And then we have the World Bank represented. Okay? We're going to start in just a while, but I was just trying to make some time up for the table leader for China who has left to be here She left China to be here with us in just a while. The plane already landed and she's, I think, coming up the road there. So she'll be here in just a while. All right? So we're going to start, and I'm going to turn. Everybody settle. I want you to settle, you know. Don't be frightened. Some people afraid the table when they see the country, you know. Some people see USA, they backing back because they know how my partner is up there. You know? Some people see Brazil, they wonder if they have to speak Spanish. All right. Yes? You don't have to present in the country official language. You don't have to present. We present in English in the World Bank. Okay? So don't worry trying to tie your tongue into the Queen's language. All right? Don't worry about the Chinese and so on. We present in English. Okay. I'm going to invite Dr. Ford to give a few remarks, and then we're going to turn over to Ms. Cumberbatch, who's going to look at the resolution so we can proceed with this afternoon's activity. In the meantime, let me see if I can get the person from China, how far they are. So.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, the GlobalCom Summit, we are expecting to have a very robust and enlightening discussion this evening on the motion that will be presented to the nations represented and the collaborative nations, meaning CARICOM and UK nations. What is expected for this evening? We have some dialogue from the panel, which we further explain, from the representative of the individual countries or the political groupings. And after those dialogue, those conversations, we will have the floor open up to you, all the participants here, where you can share your views on the MOOC as it is, either supporting your country's position or presenting a complete different resolution. Whatever you decide to say at that time will be well accepted. But the idea is that everyone will have an opportunity to participate in some form or fashion, give your opinions, your frank opinions. The concept of the exercise is to have everybody, every person, everyone, give their own opinion about the particular MOOC. We know today in the world, one of the greatest issues we have in the world is something called climate change. And that is not only destroying economies, but it's actually destroying the geography or the geological landscape of most countries. And this is something we want to address in an early manner. And I think the best people to do that is young people. Why? Because you're the persons who's going to inherit what us older folks left for you. Okay? Well, thank you. Please do have a wonderful time. And again, the motto is enjoy, 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 enjoy yourself. Okay? All right? Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And welcome to this afternoon's GlobalCom Summit. I will read for you the situation, and then we'll go into the resolution. May I have your full attention, please? Thank you. So we will go ahead while we wait. Or should we wait? We'll go ahead. China is here. China is, I think they just want to get special recognition. Yeah. But we'll go ahead. So the situation. The global community, GlobalCom, has convened this summit to chart a course for the reduction of greenhouse gases and more so fossil fuels, and their direct and indirect link and impact on global warming and the end game, climate change. While carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, and water vapor all are gases that occur naturally in the atmosphere, emissions from human Sorry? Pardon? Sorry? Okay. While carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, and water vapor are all gases that occur naturally in the atmosphere, emissions from human sources have caused their levels to rise to a point that is no longer sustainable. And these emissions are having an unwelcome effect across the globe. The resolution. Whereas global warming seems to be the catalyst behind driving unpredictable weather phenomena, and whereas climate change has proven itself to be a reality before our very eyes in this world scenario, be it resolved that ratified members of this global community sign into global law the following 5 regulations. 1. All global manufacturing plants which produce high amounts of carbon dioxide emission be relocated to Brazil, since 60% of the Amazon rainforest is located there. China provide 40%, that's the second one, sorry. China provide 40%, the United States 30%, and the United Kingdom 30% of the capital funding needed to facilitate the immediate relocation of these plants. 3, the European Union opens its borders for the relocation of global citizens that are currently affected and will inevitably be negatively impacted by climate change. The Caribbean community, CARICOM, with immediate effect, cease all manufacturing. And number 5, all global nations that engage in nuclear activity cease and begin the destruction of all nuclear plants, products, and associated paraphernalia immediately. So these are the resolutions that are brought to the table, and we will give the different countries and political organizations. We'll give you a moment to go through the resolutions, and then you will give us a feedback. Before we do that, we just want to introduce the members of the head table. That is the World Bank. We have the president of the World Bank with us today. We have the managing director of the IMF, the Secretary General of the UN, and we have the Director General of the World Health Organization. So we'll give them just 30 seconds to introduce themselves, then you will deliberate on the resolution and you will give us your feedback. Go ahead. Start with Mr. Worldbank.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mr. Kelvin Dottin. I'm not Chinese. But my area of expertise really is in environmental science and stuff, and I'm looking forward to this session this afternoon. I'm excited about it. Now, in terms of climate change, when I was a younger person, notice I didn't say when I was younger, I heard a lot about climate change, and it was looming. It was something that was going to happen. And the era that we're living in, it is happening. So it's no longer in future tense we speak in present tense. So in engaging in the discussions that we have today, the resolution that it is very radical. However, it may be what is needed. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Petra Fraser. I'm representing the International Monetary Fund, Like my colleague, I am looking forward to the debate this afternoon because, as he said, climate change is real and it is affecting Grenada, the Caribbean, more so than ever before. As we have seen with the latest, we're experiencing some severe droughts, especially in Grenada. So with that said, I really am looking forward to fruitful deliberations from everyone.
Good afternoon, colleagues. So my name is Ricky Moraine. I'm here sitting in for the Secretary General who couldn't make it today. So he's asked me to sit in for him. So I'm happy to do that. I'm sure you know, but I'll just remind you, the United Nations is based, the headquarters is based in New York. The Secretary General office is in New York. The United Nations look at a number of issues, including the global security, population growth, disarmament, including climate change as well. So it's a pleasure for us to be here, to be part of this forum. We look forward to hearing from you if you have any particular questions coming up or further discussions that you want to engage with us in. We're happy to hear from you. So do have a fruitful discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Javi George, and as the Director General for the World Health Organization, I am very happy to sit to represent my organization to glean from you what we can do and to institute change among our nations. Now, while we talk about climate change, I want to say there's a bigger change that we're all interested in, and that change begins with us. So even as we sit here and we deliberate, I hope at the end of it, we can all chart the way forward so that we can make a change that will be beneficial not only to our nation, but the world at large. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to our panelists, and we give you 10 minutes so you can deliberate on the resolution, and then we'll come back and you will discuss and debate accordingly. Thank you. 10 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll resume. Three, two, one. Thank you. So I do hope you would have had some time to deliberate amongst yourselves, and you're ready to go. Before we hand it over to the different countries, we'll ask our panelists if they can just give us 2 minutes of their precious time. We know they're busy people. And we ask them for 2 minutes so that they can give us an idea as to what they think about the resolution, what is their stance on it. So we'll start with the World Bank. We invite Mr. Doughton.
Okay, good afternoon once again. The irony of climate change is that our human activities as it stands now threatens our very existence as human beings. So we are in fact destroying the very foundation that we live on, that we depend on for our existence. Climate change threatens not just the infrastructure that we live by or live on in case of increased hurricanes, flooding, etc., etc. It threatens our very existence. And so in the future, we definitely would need the funding to increase infrastructure, resilience, to combat some of the effects of climate change. We also look at loss of habitats, not just of habitat for animals, but human beings, our homes, our lands that we depend on for agriculture. And the very environment that we depend on for sustenance, for food, for medicine, etc. And these are also threatened. Therefore, there is an urgent need for resources, and I'm speaking on behalf of the World Bank, for resources to finance a more resilient infrastructural base for most countries, developing countries that is. And so we depend a lot on some of our more fortunate brothers and sisters to make such contributions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we invite the representative from IMF to give us their take on the resolution as well.
Okay. As the name says, the International Monetary Fund, we deal mainly with finances. So of course we have three main functions, which are financial, regulatory, and consultative. Now I will delve into the financial aspect of it. Obviously, as we explained earlier, climate change is something that we are grappling with and have been and will be grappling for in the long run. So basically, once climate change occurs, we would see our natural disasters, flooding, rising sea levels, which are among the effects of climate change. We would see a lot of countries coming to us for funding, of course. So it therefore means that climate change affects all the economies, and it also, because we made up of 189 countries, so the economies will be affected. You have to shift priorities. Basically, the budgets will be affected. Destruction of infrastructure, as was alluded to by my colleague from the World Bank. So basically, these are some of the things that we provide and some of the assistance to governments. So we're here for everyone.
Thank you, IMF. We invite the gentleman from the UN, if he can give us 2 minutes, his take on the resolution, please.
Sure. So the UN says the resolution asks for if the country should sign on to the global law that would limit some activities for climate change. Now, we will not say yes or we will not say no. We will not say they should or they shouldn't. But I'll give you this background. The United Nations every year through the United Nations Conference for Climate Change, UNFCCC, would hold a summit, a global summit, where all the countries will come together and they would deliberate on the effects or fallouts of climate change. So this happens every year, and we go to a different country. The last time, I think it was in Germany last year. Some other countries were like Morocco or like Spain or Denmark. So the purpose of that is that usually a Minister of Environment, the Permanent Secretary, and maybe sometimes the Prime Minister will come together and they will discuss about how best they can go forward to mitigating the effects of climate change. The thing is that until we had something called the Paris Agreement, which happened a couple years ago, it was just everybody agreeing to do the best they can. But now that with the Paris Agreement, you have to actually sign on to commitments, and we can hold you accountable for it. So your resolution here this evening is whether they should sign on to this global agreement, or whether they should just come every year and discuss and say, yeah, promise to do all the good things. So it's in your hands this evening what the outcome should be. So again, we look forward to hearing your part of your side of the story. So all the best with it. It's exciting stuff.
Thank you, sir. We invite the Director General from the World Health Organization.
Thank you very much. A healthy nation is a wealthy nation. And though the effects of climate change does not have a direct impact on one's health, the rippling effects, the cause and effect factors definitely are before us. Now, the World Health Organization seeks to promote good health. We want to keep the world safe. We want to serve those who are vulnerable, not just to respond in emergencies, but to prevent situations. And just looking at the resolution and what it presents, there's a number of things that we'll be looking at. For example, safety and prevention. Now, we're looking at relocation of persons. We're looking at placing nuclear plants in different locations. But what the World Health Organization is interested in is looking at the principles and the guidelines that would keep the citizens of all those nations safe. Now, yes, we're speaking about the greenhouse gases and how they can be neutralized, but even the effects that are before us can be neutralized based on what we do as a people. Climate change, if you look around us, it's right before us, and the World Health Organization throughout the world is seeking not just to combat, so allowing the effects to happen and then fight it, but we're looking to prevent. So we're looking to heavily educate persons as to what can be done, what should not be done, so that we cannot turn back the hands of time, but we can just slow the process down. Now, the world belongs to us. We are the custodians, and if we don't take care of it, very soon we would not have any world to live in. So, as the Director General, we're seeking to empower persons, we're seeking to gain from persons so that collectively we can make our world a better and a safer place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director General. Okay, so now we will have the different nations give their take on the resolution. And we will start with Brazil by inviting the representative to come to the microphone and give their take on the situation. Brazil?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nyanka Sami Robinson, candidate for the degree Doctor of Medicine, studying in the Escuela Latinoamericana de Medicina, Cuba. This afternoon, I'll be representing Brazil. And just a brief, we had an entire speech planned, but of course we had to change it last minute. So just a brief background and introduction on the proposals that were made. Brazil, officially the Federative Republic of Brazil, is the largest country in both South America and Latin America. According to the Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics, at 8.5 million square kilometers and with over 208 million people, Brazil is the world's fifth largest country by area and the fifth most populous. Bounded by the Atlantic Ocean on the east, and it's bordered all other South American countries except Ecuador and Chile, covers 47.3% of the continent's land area, according to the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency. The United Nations reports Brazil's Amazon River basin includes a vast tropical forest, home to diverse wildlife, a variety of ecological systems, and an extensive natural resource spanning numerous protected habitats. This unique environmental heritage makes Brazil one of 17 mega-diverse countries and is the subject of significant global interests and debates regarding deforestation and environmental protection. The proposition being made by the international agencies shows a lack of scientific understanding of the climate change phenomenon by suggesting that the main action of dealing with anthropogenic climate change is moving the source of carbon emission closer to the Amazon forest carbon sink. This does not take into consideration the tremendous financial and physical resources that are required to uproot the production center of the globe and move it, according to the Google Maps satellite data, 16,633 kilometers globally west. In addition, the direct environmental impacts this move will have on the ecosystems of Brazil, from chemical runoff and emissions of volatile organic compounds. Moreover, this move also does not address the transformational change in the energy sector that will be required to avoid the worst impact of climate change: the introduction of renewable energy and energy efficiency, especially the use of climate-friendly refrigerant alternatives with super low potential to cause global warming. With this, my fellow colleagues and I, we say no. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative from Brazil. Moving along, we invite someone from CARICOM. If they can come to the microphone and do your presentation.
Pleasant day to everyone. I am Carissa Edwards, and I will be representing CARICOM, which is an organization of 15 Caribbean nations and dependencies to having primary objectives to promote economic integration and cooperation among its members to ensure that benefits of integration and equitably share and to coordinate foreign policy. According to Wikipedia, climate change refers to significant changes in global temperature, precipitation, wind patterns, and other measures of climate that occur over several decades or longer. A greenhouse gas. The greenhouse effect is a warming of the Earth's surface and the air above it. It is caused by gases in the air that trap energy from the sun. These heat-trapping gases are called greenhouse gases. The most common greenhouse gases are water, carbon dioxide, and methane. Global warming is a gradual increase in the overall temperature of the Earth's atmosphere, generally attributed to greenhouse effect caused by increased levels of carbon dioxide, chlorofluorocarbons, and other pollutants. It is evident that some of the effects of global warming are in play, and this includes severe droughts, which is causing intense water shortages faced by many CARICOM nations, rising sea levels leading to coastal flooding, as is the case of St. Lucia and the island of Grenada, among others. We are experiencing high temperatures, increased allergic reactions, asthma, and infectious disease, as well as the spread of conditions favorable to pathogens and mosquitoes. And this was evident by the dengue outbreak that CARICOM member countries have been suffering or dealing with during the last year. To go a bit further, the chikungunya that was prevalent within the last 2 years. These are all effects that can be curbed. Brothers and sisters, as we tackle with the adversities of climate change, it is without a doubt that ceasing all manufacturing activities within CARICOM states will only create greater problems. And this includes more dependency and pressure for the World Bank, decrease in the country's gross domestic product, loss of job, and the list goes on. For instance, an article was done in May of 2018. Trinidad and Tobago mainly exports gas and oil, 80% of total exports. Having a gross domestic product of $30.12 billion, the economy is mainly reliant on its natural resources as the country sits on the Caribbean's largest reserves of petroleum and natural gas. The country has a low unemployment rate relative to the region of 4.4%. The country's proven oil reserves are estimated to be 0.716 billion barrels. Trinidad and Tobago sits on enormous natural gas reserves estimated to be about 664 billion cubic meters. Since petroleum and its products are the country's leading export items, it represents approximately 22% of the annual government revenue. Agriculture was seen as a mass industry, but there have been a shift in the workforce in the late 20th century with exponential growth in the energy industry rather than in agricultural production. Brazil is one of the most outstanding Caribbean countries, which makes agriculture resources a top priority. In a 2010 report, it was noted that central Brazil for generations was considered unsuitable for farming, but is now seen to have potential to produce excellent farming and exporting crops. As we go, we will learn more as to why this information was made known. Let's carry on. Removing or ceasing all manufacturing within Caribbean states will cause chaos in our neighboring countries. People are solely dependent on this industry to make a positive living. Do you want to be held responsible for removing bread from our brethren's mouths? I'm sure not. I mean, being employed boosts one's self-esteem, knowing that they have a purpose and can make positive contributions not only towards themselves, but to something even bigger. Crime is inevitable. It will occur and will continue to exist. But what do we rather do? Build more jails and extend lands for cemetery? Or do we want to come up with more realistic and strategic plans? Think about it as I verify. Being unemployed, okay, because of time, I have to go. So then I'll just go to the resolution. So firstly, we have education as a resolution. Educating persons on climate, on its causes, effects, and solution can create profound and deliberate choices. Instead of ceasing manufacturing plants, why don't investments be made within those industries? Give them a breakthrough, create means and ways in which they can decrease the use of fossil fuels and use more environmentally friendly supplies. Let's have reinforcements. There are Caribbean countries who have set goals of making renewable energy and renewable electricity their targets. We can also have the government should work along with the farmers and citizens in developing the agricultural sector, encouraging better use of natural resources, ceasing massive deforestation, and as well as making agriculture greener. This in turn will help regulate the climate by absorbing CO2 from the atmosphere. They can also legislate fines and sanctions for the improper disposal of waste, thereby protecting both land and marine lives. Recycling is seen as an absolute necessity in dealing with waste. When organic waste decomposes, carbon dioxide and methane gas is created. Methane is created when there is no air present, while carbon dioxide is the natural product when anything rots in the air. And we know these are all gases that poses negative threat to global warming and the end game, climate change. In conclusion, as I stand here before you, I humbly advise that sound and cooperative decisions be made. I stand firm with David Suzuki. Change is never easy, and it often creates discord. But when people come together for the good of humanity and the earth, we can accomplish great things, end of quote. The first resolution for CARICOM is to cease all manufacturing with immediate effect. I tell you that we too are striving for economic growth and development. We too have potential and is capable of doing great things. My friends, don't underestimate our CARICOM states. We are very adaptable, sophisticated, and determined flock of birds. Support us, and we will sail the ship to its dock. I assure you that this ship will not sink because we aim high and we dream big. We persevere, and we will make a difference. I thank you.
Thank you very much. CARICOM. We now invite a representative from China to speak on the resolution. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kata Joseph, and I will be speaking on behalf of China. First of all, before I speak, right, give me 1 minute, if you don't mind. I'm a bit saddened, if I would say, because I think more time should be allotted to presenters for this, because this is a very interesting topic, and it will be important to hear young minds in this room give their all to it. So I am proposing that in future that some considerations will be given. I will try to cut my presentation because I'll try my best, right? Okay, so as I begin my presentation, I would first of all would like to define one key term in which China is expected to contribute 40% of capital funding. So I will just give a definition for capital funding, and then I will try to be brief. So according to Investopedia.com, it defines capital funding as the money that lenders and equity holders provide to a business for daily and long-term needs. A company's capital funding consists of both debt, bonds, and equity stock. The business uses this money for operating capital. The bond and equity holders expect to earn a return on their investment in the form of interest, dividends, and stock appreciation. I will just go into a little bit into capital funding. Capital funding, as it's the basis of which my lovely country, China, is expected to provide 40% needed to facilitate the immediate relocations of these manufacturing plants. To acquire capital of fixed assets, such as land, buildings, and machinery, businesses usually raise funds through capital funding programs to purchase these assets. There are two primary routes a business can use to access funding: raising capital through stock issuance and raising capital through debt. My question, therefore, members of this panel, what measuring stick was used to validate China's financial capability to provide 40% towards capital funding needed to facilitate immediate relocation of all global manufacturing plants based on the information I would have just provided? Are all countries equal stakeholders of what this relocation would bring based on the different percentages needed to facilitate such? What form of capital funding was considered before this resolution was tabled here today? Are we alluding that because China is currently the most competitive manufacturing nation in the world at this point, that we can adequately provide 40% to this venture? What's the overall cost to the relocation of these manufacturing plants? What is 40% of the overall costing? Thought-provoking. Why, as a society, we always look at things on the surface and make judgments without doing research and drawing sound conclusions? While I would agree China has the world's largest industrial input, in 2016, it is estimated that the country produced $4.566 trillion of industrial input. Strong factory output, stable retail sales, and an overgrowing export market have helped propel China to meet its economic expectations. In the third quarter of 2017, the GDP grew by 6.8%. The industrial output grew by 6.6% in September 2017 compared to a year earlier. In 2016, again, China exported goods worth $2.342 trillion. It was surpassed by the European Union, which exported $2.659 trillion. The European Union ranked just behind China with an industrial output of 4.184 trillion. It's of great importance to note that the rise in China's economy is directly attributed to the increase of the country's output. That is, its manufacturing potential that is keen towards the growth of China's economy. Are we then suggesting that China should pledge 40% to this cause, of which our manufacturing plants of our country significantly is the backbone of our economy, to relocate all our plants to the Amazon forest as a result of a global issue? All countries of the world have contributed and continue to contribute to this global issue. Brazil, United Kingdom, United States, Europe, even you members of the panel. How can this be fair? Why is India not part of this discussion? Since the beginning of the millennium, India has proved itself as an economic powerhouse. The country has emerged to be the world's fastest growing economy, according to the Central Statistics Office, and the same IMF of which my learned colleague on the panel here is representing this afternoon. The Indian economy is expected to grow by 6.7% for the year 2017-2018. By the end of 2018, the figure is expected to rise to 7.2%. The manufacturing industry is among the main pillars. In 2016, the country's industrial production produced about $672 billion. Panel, there are many indicators that one needs to consider in regards to ranking of countries in manufacturing environment. There are determinants which are considered in determining how countries perform in the overall manufacturing environment. To assess this, there are 5 dimensions used according to Patricia Varanam, Drug and Chemical Associate Technology Editorial Director on the Global Marketing Competitiveness with top countries and their rankings. They range from policies and regulations, tax policy, energy, transportation and health costs, workforce quality, and infrastructure and innovation. Panel, have you ever considered this? Based on a ranking, my dear colleagues, China in 2016 is ranked number 1. However, based on projections, we see that the United States in years to come would be at the top of this table. I then here ask again, why is it we have to contribute 40%? I will now make some recommendations, dear panel, as to how we can seek to address this global issue based on the resolution put forward. We should first assess all aspects of relocating all global manufacturing plants that produces high amounts of carbon dioxide to Brazil, especially the financial costing and its practicability. Secondly, the economic disadvantage this will impose on countries that are highly dependent on the returns of their state's manufacturing plants' potential, such as China, that enable sustainability of the economy. Outline the benefits it will bring to the manufacturing states once relocated. Suggest and make proposals of other possible solutions to the issue of global warming and climate change. Since we are not certain that relocating the manufacturing plants, the Amazon forest will reduce or end global warming and climate change. Also, seek to bring forward the negative implications this will impose on Brazil and the countries here represented today. As I conclude, members of this panel, I ask again, 40%? Reconsider this. While we may want to address the issue of climate change and global warming, it does not happen overnight. Let's not rush this, but do in-depth research and analysis of this resolution with the regulations presented before it is signed into global law. This is a global issue of which each of us in this room has in some way contributed to the situation we are in. We all can make a change by starting with our practices we do on a daily basis. Colleagues representing the various countries, are we prepared to allow an economic collapse of our countries like China and yourselves who highly depend on the manufacturing plants, the backbone of our economy, to be relocated? Would jobs be provided to Chinese nationals and your nationals of other countries in Brazil? What benefits will it bring to our states? What percentage of these benefits would we acquire? Is it based on our input? What form of capital funding will be used and how will it be administered among member states? Would goods produced by our manufacturing plants in Brazil be zero rated upon importation back to China? Are other countries represented in this room for that matter? Have you assessed the fiscal responsibility of countries and determined the cost relocating these manufacturing plants? A lot of questions to be answered. Members of the panel, I challenge you to go back to the drawing board, critically analyze this issue, and put forward this resolution in a more comprehensive and detailed manner to the benefit of all that will be affected. Unless such isn't done, I would not support, China would not support such a resolution to become global law. I thank you.
Thank you, China. I just want to remind the representatives that you have 3 to 5 minutes to present. Please, thank you. Otherwise, we'll be here for another hour or so. All right? We now invite the representative from Europe. If you can come give us your stance on the resolution. Europe stands on the resolution.
Pleasant good afternoon. My name is Prince James. I'm representing for the country Europe. Thank you. While climate change is at our doorsteps, this is one of our most difficult problems to solve. We work steadily to do our share to reversing climate. We do our share to slow down or reverse climate change. Europe continues to educate and try our best to cut down on pollutions and find other ways to dispose our trash and relevant form and other ways and acts that contribute in climate change. Now, the resolution at hand is whether or not Europe must or should accept or reject global citizens. And so our country takes a stance that we may accept, but accept with restrictions, taking into consideration so many things. For instance, registration of personnel or the global citizens coming in need to take that into consideration. That needs to be taken into consideration. For 2016, Europe had a population of 741.4 million persons. As of Monday last, 2019, we have moved from 743.1 million persons. Taking into consideration also that things like employment need to be considered. We ought to train our people or educate our people to accept different cultures. For persons from the global or the global citizenship would be coming into our countries, and indeed, those persons would come with things like different cultures, languages, and so the acceptance of these persons we need to take into consideration. Taking into consideration also diseases, having representatives from the World Health Organization. Our healthcare would have to be improved, and improved to the point whereby different countries may carry different diseases. And so, as I said, limitation and restrictions also would play a pivotal part as to what we would call not just quarantining, but being able to have a clear indication as to the health state of persons. Religion. Our country accepting persons from other countries. Our country may need to have to we may not be able not to accept the religion. However, we would have to restrict on how those religions are being practiced. Also taking into consideration transportation. Having other countries spoken about energy, we must take into consideration that persons coming into the country or transportation system must be improved, and the more use of energy would be used in our country. Housing. Europe again would stand that though we may accept some of these persons, housing is of great importance. And as we indicated earlier, trash, as we try in our best to, at present, limit the amount of usage. With more persons coming into Europe, we know definitely the amount of trash that would be used at that time once they come in. And also important, laws. Countries have different laws and may accept, certain things are accepted in their countries. In Europe, we may have to change our laws and change the way we live and things that we practice. Other countries, as I said, may accept, but Europe in itself would have to do so many changes as it relates to our laws. Again, we say acceptance with limitation. Overpopulation or being overpopulated must be considered. Climate change is a serious factor, and with overpopulation, we expect a lot more usage of a lot of other things that can cause a deficiency in climate changes. Indeed, Europe continues to stand with the rest of the world as it relates to climate change, but to the resolution, we accept, but accept with limitation.
Thank you very much, Europe. We now invite persons from the nuclear nations, the representative. If you can come and make your presentation on the resolution.
Esteemed panelists, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. We, the representing group for the nuclear nations, consider the resolution that all global nations that engage in nuclear activity cease and begin the destruction of all nuclear power plants, products, and associated paraphernalia immediately. Hard to understand. We are aware of the deep concerns that this august body has for the increasing emissions of carbon dioxide gases into the atmosphere. However, our countries have the welfare of real people to consider. That is not based on digital model, but the daily demands of our constituents. Furthermore, we all represent different countries and all have varied interests. Nevertheless, we share the same concern regarding the resolution. Therefore, as much deliberation, the nuclear nations find the resolution unacceptable based on the summation of the following premises. 1, our positions differ on climate change, and to some of us, the fact remains inconclusive. Therefore, to destroy our facilities based on inclusive information will be irresponsible on the part, and we will not be serving the best interests of our country. 2, nuclear energy does not directly emit carbon dioxide, and the carbon dioxide emissions from nuclear life cycle is similar to that of renewable energy. Therefore, considering the main thrust is to reduce carbon dioxide gases, this does not apply to us. 3, many of our countries depend on nuclear energy to provide 50% of our energy needs, with little carbon dioxide emission, and many countries having plans to extend their nuclear energy use of $1 billion of investment. 4, we need nuclear weapons for our national protection. Each nation is responsible for its own protection. And something as critical as this cannot be left to any international body unless such a body could prove that it is capable of getting each nation to progressively and continuously destroy their weapons and cease all activities. And so far, up to this day, this has not happened. Therefore, the idea of total destruction for our nuclear arsenal is unacceptable. Esteemed panelists, considering the above, why should we cease the use of and production of our nuclear plants and weapons and give up our sovereignty and independence to some international body that does not represent our individual country interests? Who will be willing to reimburse us for the billions of investment recently made in our nuclear energy? And we're supposed to sacrifice those investments plus make a notably contribution. A resolution that will lead our countries with collapsed economies, mass dislocation, and anarchy. Unless some evidence can be provided to us that addresses our concern, we, the nuclear nations, reject the proposed resolution by the international panel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, representative from the nuclear nations. And we now invite the representative from the United Kingdom to come and make your presentation on what your take is on the resolution.
Pleasant afternoon, international panel, and fellow political entities and countries. Over the past few decades, the human race has taken giant footsteps in every direction and on every front. Going are the days of non-computerized systems. Now, as technology sees unprecedented development, everything is online. Just the same, to facilitate these marvelous productions, development had to be had in the rudiments of these wonders we witness in our wild world today. These developments, though, came at a terrible cost to our world. Fossil fuels have been primarily used to further these advancements, and therefore is a culprit to the situation. We have taken many steps to mitigate and reduce its effects, and some very notable, such as the United Nations Framework on the Convention, Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and its Kyoto Protocol, or others such as the Vienna Convention for the Protection of the Ozone Layer in 1985 and the Montreal Protocol on Substances that Deplete the Ozone Layer in 1987. However, although notable progress has been made, much remains to be done. The United Kingdom recognizes the need for cooperation and the necessary alliance at such a critical time in human history, which is why its resolution proposal is not grounded in selfishness, but careful consideration of facts and data presented by the international panel. The United Nations proposes the resolution as follows. The United Kingdom agrees to the principle of all hands on deck such that a goal may be achieved. The United Kingdom also agrees to and takes very seriously the principle of accountability and fairness among sovereignties. For those reasons aforementioned, the United Kingdom's proposed resolution as it pertains to the proposed resolution is that The United Nations covers 7% instead of 20%, and China covers 47.5%, and the United States 45.5% of the capital needed for the immediate removal of manufacturing plants. The United Kingdom believes that this augmented resolution is not only fair, but also veritably just. According to a 2015 CO2 emissions chart from the Union of Concerned Scientists, which highlighted that, quote, China contributes 28% of all CO2 emissions globally, 7% above the rest of the world. The United States follows in second with 15%. As it relates to the other gases of hydrofluorocarbons and such, the United Nations stands clear of any other entity as it pertains to the reduction of these substances. In fact, the United Kingdom's policies reflect this and concentrates on setting an example worthy of greatness for the other entities to follow. In conclusion, the United Kingdom would like to make it abundantly clear that it bears no country in this summit any ill will, nor does it harbor any grudge, nor any form of malcontent towards countries of this summit. If any country feels bullied or targeted in any way, form, or fashion, the United Kingdom would like to reassure the members of this summit that anything of the sort was not intended. The United Kingdom wholeheartedly operates only by its policies of accountability, fairness, and justice. The delegate of the United Kingdom thanks all for listening and hopes for a fair and just resolution on this situation.
Thank you very much, United Kingdom. We now invite the United States, the representative from the United States, to give your take. After the United States, we will be opening up to the audience. So if you have any points you have, put it together, and we'll give persons in the audience an opportunity.
Honorable members of the international panel, member participating countries of the global community, good afternoon. If we close our eyes to reality and pretend that it doesn't exist, things will not change. With this being said, the US, unlike a certain president, has recognized that climate change is a real threat to our beautiful earth and the human race. Climate change is the most complex issue facing policymakers today and has become a perennial issue of the US foreign policy agenda. We would like to commend the panel and the global community for undertaking this venture to reduce the negative effects of climate change to our world. However, after close scrutiny of the intricacies of the resolution put forward, the US cannot, with good conscience, sign into global law the regulations brought forward here today, as it is economically not feasible and environmentally imprudent. From an economic standpoint, the resolutions brought here today is not in the best interests of the US citizens, as the immediate relocation of all manufacturing plants to Brazil leads to there being an increase in unemployment, and there have been no regulations put forward as to how it's going to deal with this. Brazil's economic state is not in the best interest to house all manufacturing plants of the world, as there are different regulations that quality control throughout the world. From an environmental standpoint, saying that 60% of the Amazon forest is in Brazil and will house and the trees, the forests can take on all the carbon dioxide that has been emitted is not in the best interest of the forest, as it's putting on a serious strain on the environment and the ecosystem as a whole. With the relocation of all the world's manufacturing plants, Brazil is geographically incapable of housing all, seeing of its mountainous nature. Brazil does not have a space to provide for itself, as the southern part of the country is solely for the farmlands, which is where all the crops for Brazil, for their use and exportation use, is located there, and the rest of Brazil is Amazon forest. By doing this, relocating our manufacturing plants, you're going to have to cut down these trees. Therefore, the whole notion of the Amazon forest being there will fall apart. So therefore, the US says no to the regulations put forward here today. I rest my case.
Thank you very much, representative from the United States. I believe we would have covered all the participating nations and political groupings today. Everybody, right? All right. So at this juncture, we would invite the audience to give, if you have any comments you would like to make, any points you'd like to bring forward on your take of the resolution, on your take as a country or as a political grouping. Anyone has anything to add, we'll take those points right away. So you can stand and we'll bring the microphone to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. John L. Darbo, and I am sitting with the United States as a member, representing member. Now, I would like to take a slightly different approach from my colleague. In fact, I see the resolution gives us 30%, but I would say the US should have 40%. Having the largest economy worldwide, and as China would have presented so dearly that it's capital funding, so definitely that means there is some form of reward, right? There is some form of revenue that will come from this thing. Now, on the other hand, I would like to say that definitely in Brazil there should be political change, there should be social change, there should also be some special economic zone. So some changes need to come. There need to be deforestation laws that need to be implemented. Now for the United Nations, for the nuclear countries, the countries represented in nuclear weapons, they need to make better use of the nuclear energy. So somehow we can use that in Brazil to produce some form of cleaner energy. Now, the person representing Brazil, she would have suggested that there is no need for that and went against the resolution. Now, what I say is that we can keep on doing all that we're doing with the renewables and still support the relocation of the factories to Brazil. Now, the Amazon will definitely, the carbon sink will definitely absorb some of that, because we need to be realistic. Whatever we are doing now, right? Whatever we're doing now, it's not working, right? Now, what even frightens me is that even the little that we do, the reuse, the recycle, those things still will not be enough to curb global warming and its impacts, and that's a fact, right? So our children, as much as we are using, recycling, all of those things, the impact, well, my mind is going wild because I have a lot of things jotted down, so please bear with me. As for the US, I think when we look at development models, now manufacturing is at just one level of the development models. Service is a very, very big part, and it's actually higher order. So we would outsource, as we did during the Obama administration, pardon me? Yeah, during the Obama administration, how we outsourced to China and our country was still leading, we would outsource to Brazil, maintain a greater stake, and focus on robotics development, artificial intelligence, and other intellectual properties, which will keep us being world power. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, United States. Just want to remind the audience that you need to make it brief so that you can give as many persons an opportunity. Thank you. Anybody else from the audience? From China? You were challenged in some cases. Do you want to give any rebuttal or have anything that you would want to share on the resolution? Anything else? Okay, nothing from China. Brazil? You have anything you want to add? Anybody from Brazil there's a gentleman from Brazil? Okay, so if we can make it a little bit short, please.
Good afternoon again to everyone. It is fundamental from Brazil's perspective that the opinions of the countries be backed by science. So moving manufacturing from wherever it is in the world to Brazil, bringing it closer to a carbon sink, does not directly mean that the carbon that is being released by the production facilities will be absorbed by the trees directly, right? These are local causes, but they have global implications. So I try not to be too personal. The point is, every decision that countries make should be based on sound scientific information and not on the perspectives of the leaders of those countries. Because like the US is suggesting and sounds like the leader in a very to a very high extent, this must be scientific. That is why we have the IPCC and other scientific instruments that can tell us how much is that move. So we move it to Brazil, but we don't know how much is the capacity of the forest. We are not taking into consideration the energy, the physical infrastructure that have to be built, the physical persons have to move there. So we're creating more carbon emission just by moving things to Brazil, and we're worsening the problem while we're trying to make it better, right? So let us try and use more indicative numbers and, positive information than our opinions. That might be the best for our globe at the moment.
Thank you very much, gentleman from Brazil. Do we have anyone else from any of the countries who would like to give their take on the resolution? Okay, we'll take one more person if we have someone else. We don't? So we can move along? Not you. Anyone from nuclear nations? No? All right. So it was a really, I believe we all deliberated and we came up with some very good points on our different nations, different organizations. And I'm sure the panelists right now, they probably have a whole wealth of information that they want to just go back to the different areas to reconsider in some cases. So at this time, we want to give the panel an opportunity to give their closing remarks on the points that you would have brought forward. So we give the panelists, each person gets 2 minutes to give their final deliberation, final points on what was brought forward by the different nations. So we will, of course, start with the WHO, the Director General. So we invite him to, you can do it from there, thanks.
Okay, so I've sat and I've listened, and indeed I am impressed with the information and the responses being brought forward before the panel. Now, from the World Health Organization point of view, there's just a few things that I want to point out. The action plan of the World Health Organization to combat climate change focuses on 4 main areas. We're looking at enhanced scientific evidence, and as was just stated by the member of Brazil, it's one of the things that you have to have before the table before you make decisions. Evidence. You have to know what would have happened in the past before you can chart the way forward. So it's something that we have to look at very closely. You have to have stronger partnerships. You're talking about different nations, different organizations, and if we cannot come together to have one common way forward, then it really makes no sense. So stronger partnership is one of the elements in moving forward. We also have to have stronger health systems. And I can't, Mr. James would have mentioned that you have to be able to take care of persons who are within your state. So yes, the movement of persons from one area to the next might look feasible, but you have to have methods in place to accept them, not accept them and then you put it in place, right? So a strong health system is something that is needed if this is to be a reality. And the last part of it is to advocate and to raise awareness. Now, on the effects of climate change, it's a subject highly debated, but I ask myself, how many persons really understand climate change? How many persons really understand the effects? So not only from a World Health Organization point of view, but even from the member states, it is your responsibility to make sure that the persons within your gates understand and are aware of the effects of climate change. In doing so, it makes the job easier not to reverse it, but to prevent its progress. I must say climate change cannot be reversed, but it can be slowed down. So looking at the environmental impact, the possible transmission of diseases, and food security, and even a critical one, waste disposal. Now, how do you dispose nuclear waste? How do you transport it? How do you put them in proximity of each other? These are all things that we have to think about and not just look at the financial benefits or who should give more, but you must look at self. It is important, but you must look at self. So the World Health Organization is glad for all the points brought forward, and we'll take some of those things into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Director General. We now ask the representative from the UN, the gentleman who's representing the Secretary General. He can give his feedback.
Yes, I still continue to sit in for Mr. Secretary General. I think he's in New York to another meeting. And he'll be happy of the outcome of this meeting because a lot of the fundamental points were raised. One, most of all, most of the presenters accepted that, yes, we cannot afford to do business as usual. There is climate change is a problem and we need to do something about it. I was happy to hear some of the evidence presented of climate change, the global warming. Right now, for example, in Europe, you have a lot of the countries going through this, what we call a heat wave, where people need to go to centers just to keep themselves cool. So climate change is real, and people's life are being affected. People are suffering a lot from it. So that came out quite well. The contentious issue is the polluter, the responsibility. The polluter pays. Who is really responsible? And what can we do to bring about that paradigm shift that we are looking for? But before we do that, what is the paradigm shift? Where do we want to go? We hear the situation is unacceptable. Where is it exactly we want to go? What is the global goal that we want to achieve? And I didn't hear it. If it was said, maybe I missed it. But from the UN perspective, it's to achieve that 1%, so 1.5%, between 1.5 and 2% reduction in global warming. So all the measures that we're looking for, we hope that if it's implemented, whoever gets to contribute whatever amount, at the end of the day, that you will reach that global goal. The paradigm shift will be achieved. And yes, we agree that with the polluter pays principle, in other words, the people who emit the most should pay the most. But the responsibility is not only on the big emitters. It's not a position to punish people for the successes of their economies. It should be a shared responsibility. And I liked when one of the presenters said, well, how about India? How about Russia? How about other emerging economies? So everybody should bear their responsibility.
Okay.
So yeah, so it was a really good presentation, and all the big points I think were dealt with.
Thank you, representative from the UN. We now invite a representative from the IMF to give her closing.
Hi. Okay. Well, my take on this is that the session this afternoon was very informative, and it was evident that a lot of research was done, and so I commend each and every one of you for that. In order for us to combat climate change, each of us need to do our part, so that when you come to us for funding for different areas, we know that you have done certain things. We have to, as different nations, the 5 different nations that have been presented to us here, 7, sorry, we need to ensure that we have proper policies. Somebody mentioned policies. So of course we need to ensure that we have the policies in place with respect to proper infrastructure, building of roads, invest in human capacity, so that we can deal with it and deal with it as soon as it happens, because we really do not know when it will happen. We need to learn from each other, establish lessons learned in moving forward, and look at the agreements with respect to climate change and ensure that we sign on so that it will make the path easier for us to get funding. I thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent.
And we now will invite the president of the World Bank for his closing remarks.
Okay, good afternoon once again. I must say that this afternoon's exercise was rather stimulating. At no point was I really bored. The discussions or what was put forward was well researched. In some cases, we had a lot of passion behind what was being said, and it augurs well for us if we continue the deliberations that we have started today, especially for young people. The resolution that's put forward is not without flaws, and we've heard that, right? It's not without flaws, and one of the things that, as persons who are involved in science, they usually tell us, there are 2 types of reasoning: deductive and inductive reasoning. In most cases, you look at the evidence that is before you, the data that you have, and you work with it. If we make decisions that are not informed, that are not evidence-based, we sometimes create problems trying to solve problems. And sometimes the problems that we create could be bigger than the problems that we're trying to solve. So in a lot of instances, I do agree with what was put forward by the groupings, that some parts of the resolution it's not possible to go forward with it as put forward. However, what we do all agree on is that there is need for action. In the case of the action, we need money. And that's one of the biggest things. So you can't fight war without money. Thank you. 40% for China.
Thank you, President of World Bank. So the question is, should this bill be passed? That's the question. And we invite the nations, we'll go around the table, yea or nay, whether you agree on the resolution, would you like it to be passed? And we'll start with Brazil. What is your take as a country? What is your take on the resolution? So Brazil, is it yay or nay?
Nay.
Brazil, nay. We'll go across to China.
Nay.
Nay. China, nay. We expected that from China. Europe. Europe. Yay or nay for Europe?
Yay.
Is that a yay?
Yes.
Okay, so we had a yay from Europe. I think you had some restrictions as well. So yay with, okay. For, that one is CARICOM. Yay or nay?
Nay.
Nay from CARICOM. We have, after CARICOM, we have Europe. No, we did Europe already. United Kingdom?
Nay.
Nay. United States? But which one? Well, no, nay from the United States. And the nuclear nations?
Nay.
Nay. So the bill will not be passed in this sitting. All right? So China said the organization needs to do some more work and come back. I believe we had a very interesting simulation, and of course we are challenged now as the Ministry of Youth to have something like this in the future, because of course the timing was very short, so we didn't have much deliberations as we would have liked. So now we will have to think about something what we can do as the Ministry of Youth for future deliberations on this topic. Climate change is real, and we all know that climate change is real. It affects us. I think we have already made one step forward, as the government of Grenada would have now implemented a ministry for climate change. So that is one step forward and something positive that we're doing for our nation. So it is from the helm, from the top. We know that climate change is an issue and we are all trying to deal with it. So we want to just say thank you to our panelists for being here. We give them a round of applause, our panelists. And this morning, I know we did some speaking on impromptu speaking and so on, and we have most of our panelists, impromptu panelists. We just took them and pulled them in, as well as we have some persons from the audience who would have been doing impromptu as well. You didn't have much time to prepare or in any way at all practice. So we thank you very much for, I think this was one of our best simulations on climate change, and I'll hand you to Mr. Ford, who will do some closing. That's what, yeah? Thank you very much, everyone.
All right, good evening again. Thank you all for presenting and representing your organizations and countries and political groupings well. Give yourself another round of applause. At this time, I'm going to invite Ms. Victoria Graves and Ms. Critchlow to present those participants in the public speaking session this morning with their certificates. What do you all thought about the whole session this afternoon? This is for some persons who did not speak. What was your take on it? Until Ms. Critchlow and Ms. Graves gets here, you want to say something? Yes, please, Ms. Andrews.
It's not fair because some people come prepared and we were not. We were just on the spot and we didn't have enough time to put all, no, not only Europe, other people, other, others, other countries as well. So it was not fair to us. All right, so don't do that again.
Yes, please, we won't do it again. China, were you prepared, China? China, were you prepared? Alrighty then. China have papers? Oh, you have papers too? Okay, I will hand over to Ms. Graves now. It's a bit slow. Okay, so anyone else want to give a comment? Here, there, yonder? No? You'll be prepared next time. Yes. But remember our talk this morning? We let that impromptu speaking. And to be able to develop based on the topic that's there. Because it affects you and you know how it's affecting you. Huh? Okay? Ms. Graves. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. The certificates are for public speaking, the session we had this morning. So once you hear your name, please come forward quickly and accept your certificate. First, we have Shamfa Moses. Catherine Buckmeyer. Catherine Buckmeyer. Ezra Mark. Rolando Joseph. Jaheim Franklin. Kunta Kinte Andal. Athia Bartholomew. Abby McDonald. Keldon Bishop. Ezron Alexander. Venrick Creedland. Lavon Bishop. Kendra Marcel. Sarana Hilaire. Katisha Chaitan. Delisa Barry. Alana Dubisette. Carissa Edwards. Carissa Edwards. Melvin Francis. Janelle Lewis. Jerusha Lewis. Bob Holder. Corrine Charles. Kimmy Ann Aban. Glenroy Boatswain. Samson Ford. Rachel Ned. Janelle Darbo. Cordell Telsford. Zara Trotman. Oh. Tarek Frank. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Aaliyah Bruno. All right. Fidon Anthony. Fidon Anthony. Oh, Anthony. Jamara Ander Lewis. Akoshua Andel. Lindona Charles. Kashanto Filbert. Kavita Douglas. Cassandra Andrew. Richie Modeste. Janelle Antoine. Karine Francis. Lindy Passe. Rena George. Shadell Charles. Ayana Pierre. Alistair Amada. Makiva Benjamin. And Fidel Garraway. Okay, if you know somebody that was here, I'll call the names again so you can hear. If you know them and you can collect for them, you're free to do so. Aaliyah Bruno, Cordell Telsford, and Janelle Darbo.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for your attendance and attention. I'll now hand over to the, hold on. Oh, before you leave, we're asking you kindly, if you will, to fill out one of the evaluation forms. They're being passed out now. Please fill out the evaluation forms. Give us your honest opinion, because we, of course, would like to improve. and also keep doing what we're doing well. So thank you. If you would fill out these forms before you leave, it will be very much appreciated. As you go, please travel safely. And thank you once again for coming to day 2 of the TAII Speech Festival.